Chapter 927. Bai Minghuan is dead. Lin Muyu endured the pain from the backfire of the 7 glorious stars, stood in the air, holding Bai Minghuan's collar with one hand, and carried his body in the air. For a moment, all the soldiers of the Tianji Empire on the ground were dumbfounded. Yes, that cloak was Bai Minghuan's martial cloak. Everyone was stunned. Bai Minghuan was an invincible god emperor. How could he die? However, Bai Minghuan was still dead. The morale of the army was in chaos. On the ground, Situ Sen and Situ Shui led the army of the Longdan army camp to kill the enemies who had lost their will to fight. Feng Jixing also waved the flag, and Luo Yu, Zhang Wei, and the others led the charge. It seemed that the initiative of the war had returned to the side of the Qin Empire. Qin Yin was covered in wounds, and the star's sword in her hand was shaking slightly. But her golden red eyes of flame were staring at another figure in the air, and she shouted, "Dora, it's time for you to pay with your life." What? Dora, who was fighting with Tang Xiaoxi, hurriedly waved the bone spear to shake off Tang Xiaoxi's sharp claws. But Qin Yin was too fast. Under the gaze of the eyes of flame, Dora felt that he had nowhere to hide. At the same time, the star's sword carried the power of the first strike of Shi Yan's 7 cuts, and instantly burst out dense sword shadows. Tang Xiaoxi took the opportunity to take a step back to catch her breath. There was a hint of exhaustion on her beautiful face. It was obvious that fighting against Dora, who was wielding 2 divine weapons, had taken too much of her demon power. "Xiyin, you traitor of the heaven realm!" Dora bellowed as her expression turned sinister. For black wings spread open on her back, and her aura was even stronger than Qin Yin's. Dora was a black-winged battle angel. The more people she killed, the stronger her bloodlust would become, and the more power her black wings would absorb. At this moment, it was only natural that her cultivation had surpassed Qin Yin's. The spear continued to stab forward, and after nearly 20 swings, Qin Yin's split strike was finally resolved. Without waiting for Dola to recover, Qin Yin directly launched the second strike of Shi Yan's 7 slashes, Judgment. Dola's murderous nature was so strong that even Qin Yin, with her kind nature, wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Whoosh! The dagger of time suddenly flashed, and the space seemed to freeze. Qin Yin's slash speed also slowed down by more than 10 times. Dora, on the other hand, had a hint of a smile on her face. Suddenly, her figure flashed, and the sharp spear in her hand stabbed straight at Qin Yin's back. Clang! The spear directly pierced through the god wall. Just as Dora thought he had succeeded, the wild glint in his eyes grew even brighter. However, the spear could not advance any further no matter how hard he tried. That was because a strong hand had grabbed the middle of the spear. It was Lin Muyu. "You!" Dora could not help but groan inwardly. "Let go." Lin Muyu raised her hand and swung her sword. The Xianyuan sword carried the profound energy of the 3rd star and the overwhelming righteous energy as it swept across. This tyrannical power had yet to even reach Dora, but it already made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Dora had a ruthless heart that respected the strong, so he hated the holy energy contained within the Xianyuan sword, which contained the power of heaven and earth and had compassion for all living things. If he did not let go of the spear, this arm was destined to die under the Xianyuan sword. Dora had no doubt that the person who could kill Bai Minghuan could easily kill him as well. Moreover, this sword was really too powerful. It must be a divine weapon from outside the heaven domain. Otherwise, it could not have such a tyrannical aura. This kind of strength was not something that the weapons in the mortal realm could match. Whoosh! Dora hurriedly retracted his hand. Lin Muyu threw the spear backward and shouted, "Shao Shi, catch!" In the air, Tang Xiaoxi's 9 flame tails gathered together and flew away. She successfully got the spear. Taking a deep breath, she smiled gently and said, "Mu, got it." As she spoke, Lin Muyu had already stood in front of Qin Yin and attacked Dora 7 or 8 times in a row. Each attack was fiercer than the last. The invisible elephant spell's aura was so overwhelming that Dora could not handle it. The Xianyuan sword's attacks also had a killing effect. Broken feathers kept flying out of Dora's 4 black wings. It was a tragic scene. Qin Yin's eyes were full of hatred. The aura of the flaming eyes was locked on Dora, making her feel like she was dying. Brother you must kill her, or she will kill more of us. Lin Muyu's attacks became even more ferocious, while Qin Yin summoned the god-binding chains and the celestial dragon crystal to assist her in battle. The 3 of them clashed in the air, and the wounds on Dora's body increased. Luo Fei, save me. She couldn't help but scream. However, Luo Fei did not even have the time to save himself. How could he have the leisure to save her? In the middle of the battle in the air, a person wielding an ice spear urged his dragon to charge down. He shouted, "Miss Dora, I'll cover you. Retreat quickly." The person was none other than Lin Tongtian, one of the 3 dragon riders. The ice spear shone brightly and turned into an ice wall in front of Lin Muyu and Qin Yin. Dora held the dagger of time and suddenly moved a few hundred meters away. That was the ability to accelerate time. Bang, bang. Lin Muyu broke the ice wall with 2 swords. She looked at Lin Tongtian coldly and said, "We meet again." "Ha ha ha, that's right. It's a pity that I had eyes but failed to see. I didn't know that you were the Qin Emperor of the Qin Empire. If I had known, I would have killed you at all costs." Lin Tongtian's body trembled slightly. He had already used up a lot of his divine power in the previous battle. Now that he had to fend off Lin Muyu and Qin Yin, he was almost at the end of his rope. He didn't even have enough strength to flap his dragon wings. Lin Muyu looked at him coldly and said, "Do you know the consequences of letting Dora go?" "I don't know. I only know that Miss Dora is an angel from the upper realm. Our Tianji Empire is a territory of the upper realm. I have to save her. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to the empire." Lin Tongtian stood on the dragon's back and looked at Lin Muyu with clear eyes. He said, "Your Highness, the Qin Emperor, I'm sure you don't want to let me go. In that case, make your move. I know that the Lin Tongtian of today is no match for you. Moreover, you have a godly weapon that is even more powerful than the Dig spear." Lin Muyu lowered the Xianyuan sword in her hand and said, "You are an old acquaintance of Yao. I won't kill you. Take your own life. I'll leave you with a whole corpse. In that case, thank you very much." Lin Tongtian's face was full of gratitude. Tang Xiaoxi and Qin Yin guarded the left and right sides of Lin Tongtian. Lin Tongtian probably couldn't even defeat one of the 3, let alone all 3 of them. Ha 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 ha, Lin Tongtian suddenly threw his head back and laughed. His voice was trembling as he said, "I, Lin Tongtian, have spent my entire life killing enemies for the empire and wiping out the demon spirits. I never thought that I would die in a foreign land. Perhaps this is karma. Lin Muyu, Qin Yin, if the 2 of you conquer the world one day, please treat the people of the world kindly." Lin Muyu said softly, "Don't worry, sir. We will. In that case, I have no regrets. Tell Miss Si Kongyao that although I, Lin Tongtian, failed her request not to attack the Shattered Cauldron world, I have been doing my duty ever since I entered the Shattered Cauldron world. I didn't kill a single commoner. I restrained my subordinates and tried my best to prevent the people from suffering. Take this as my compensation to Miss Si Kongyao." Ha ha ha. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I should have followed Miss to the Blackstone Empire and become a mercenary. He didn't know that the mercenary Baizé was actually Lin Muyu's subordinate. Qin Yin couldn't bear to see him like this. She said, "Lin Tongtian, if you have any regrets, why don't you stay in the Qin Empire? We will treat every capable general well." "No." Lin Tongtian shook his head and said, "I'm already getting old. I still know what shame and integrity are. A loyal subject doesn't serve 2 masters. We'll meet again in the next life." As he said this, the divine power in Lin Tongtian's body suddenly became chaotic. Golden light burst out and his joints and meridians exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. His cultivation dissipated in the blink of an eye and he fell to his knees on the dragon's back. His black hair turned white in an instant. Once his divine power dissipated, he naturally lost the ability to maintain his youth. Lin Tongtian's face aged rapidly and he looked towards the east with tears streaming down his face. Lin Muyu's nose turned sour. She said softly, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll send someone to bring your ashes back to the celestial pole continent and hand them over to Yao. She'll bury you in your hometown." Lin Tongtian raised his head and looked at Lin Muyu. He lowered his head and fell backward. Just like that, Lin Tongtian, a dragon rider general and one of Sikong Ming's 3 disciples, committed suicide on the battlefield by destroying his meridians. Retreat. Defend the shore. The shout of the 4-winged radiant angel, Midnight, came from the sky. He shook off the Beeman King and raised his palm. A ray of light shone down, forcing the other 3 members of the 4 Masters of White Leaves to retreat. He turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If the 4-winged radiant angel wanted to leave, there weren't many people who could stop him. On the ground, the army of the Tianji Empire also retreated like the tide. However, it wasn't easy for all of them to cross the river. This was a hard-won opportunity for a counterattack. Feng Jixing and Lin Muyu wouldn't let it go. The Longdan army camp, the Imperial Guards, and the other legions counterattacked one after another. The sound of killing soared into the sky. At this time, the sun had already set. After a whole day of killing, the battlefield was extremely bleak. However, it was gratifying that the Qin Empire had won a Pyrrhic victory. In the sky, there were still 3 dragon knights flying around. They were covering the retreat of the ground troops and releasing sword energy into the crowd. At the same time, one of them raised his head and saw a new magic crystal cannon on the city wall. He couldn't help but raise his dragon spear and shouted, "Follow me and destroy it." However, the protector of this dragon crystal cannon was Situ Senator. However, Situ-san didn't stop the dragon knights from coming. He just said to the artilleryman beside him, "It's done. Aim and fire." "Yes, General." The cannon was quickly calibrated and the muzzle was raised. Bang! A flame was spat out. This magic crystal cannon didn't seem to be very powerful. It exploded less than 100 meters away from the barrel. Moreover, the range of the explosion was far less than the 50 meters of the heavy magic crystal cannon. It was only 10 meters. However, one of the dragon knights had already entered the explosion range. In the shock wave, tiny stones flew out and shot into the dragon knight's body. It actually avoided the dragon imperial spiral. Ah! A miserable howl came from the sky. The people of the Imperial Army were dumbfounded. The magic crystal cannon had always been useless against the dragon knights. However, this cannon seemed to have hit the dragon knight. Chapter 928. Qin Xiling clapped his hands and laughed. "Sure enough, it's a success. Our god-slaying cannon has succeeded." Situ-san looked to the other side and said, "Magic crystal cannon, give it a try." "Yes." In the air, the god-level dragon knight that was hit hurriedly urged his dragon to escape, but it seemed that he couldn't escape the magic crystal cannon that was being calibrated on the city wall behind him. Bang! Raging flames stuck out its tongue, and suddenly there was an explosion 300 meters away. The light from the explosion of the magic crystal cannon instantly engulfed the dragon knight. Without the protection of the Dragon Imperial Battle Wheel, both the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Knight were blown to pieces. Even his divinity was probably blown up. On the city wall, a group of soldiers were dancing with joy. Looking at the enemies retreating like the tide, they suddenly felt that they had a new lease of life. The most important thing was that the Qin Empire finally had a weapon to deal with the God State Strong, the God-slaying cannon. Although it was only a prototype, at least it could be used as a deterrent. The battle went on until late at night. Most of the Tianji Empire's troops had already crossed the river. Those who couldn't cross the river were either killed or captured. Jiangxi was not their territory. That night, almost no one slept. Lin Muyu, Qin Yin, Tang Xiaoxi, and the others also didn't sleep. The battle was in full swing, and no one could sleep. Moreover, almost everyone needed to heal. The steel wall had been blown up for nearly 5 kilometers, and there was basically no way to station troops in the city. Therefore, most of the troops were stationed in the unicorn forest behind the wall. At dawn, thousands of lights connected in the forest, and the sound of cooking could be heard everywhere. The soldiers had been fighting for a day and needed to replenish their strength. In the central tent, Chu Yao carefully applied medicine and bandaged Qin Yin's wound. She said, "Your Highness, who injured you to this extent?" Qin Yin closed her eyes and smiled softly. "It's not someone else who injured me. I just broke into the spirit wheel." "Sister Chu Yao, thank you so much. When you bandaged me, he didn't know how to control his strength." "It hurts so much," Chu Yao giggled. "You is a general, so of course he doesn't know what's important." Lin Muyu was sitting at the side, using his qi to heal Tang Xiaoxi's injuries. He realized that Tang Xiaoxi's bones would be damaged after her second transformation. If she didn't receive treatment for a long time, she would definitely become a cripple. Fortunately, his supreme divine power was of the same origin as Fuxi's divine power, and Fuxi's divine power itself had the ability to heal the divine body. Terralin, Lake, Xiangyu, Chu Chu, Su Hao and the others also returned one by one. The battle during the day ended before dawn the next day, and the men from each battalion had also returned. When Zhen Yifan and Su Yu opened the tent door and walked in, Lin Muyu knew the results were out. "Master Fan, what's the result of the calculation?" Lin Muyu asked. Zheng Yifan bowed respectfully, then bowed to Qin Yin and said, "Reporting to Your Highness, our army lost more than 114,000 men in this battle. That's half of our military strength." "So many?" Tang Xiaoxi murmured. "Yes." Zheng Yifan said, "The enemy's military strength was originally above ours." "So what's the result of the battle?" "We counted more than 143,000 corpses of the Tianji Empire's soldiers and more than 8,000 captives. According to the number of people, the Tianji Empire still has about 150,000 soldiers in the west of Daojiang, which is 50,000 more than us. Moreover, it is said that there are still warships of the Tianji Empire in the East Sea, and they have already begun to recruit new soldiers in Lingdong province." Zhen Yifan's eyes were slightly uneasy as he said, "Your Highness, if the next battle is still like this, I'm afraid that even if we annihilate the Tianji Empire's expeditionary army, there won't be more than 10,000 soldiers left in our army." Qin Yin nodded, "Yes, I know. Master Fan, you've worked hard. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness." Feng Jixing sat cross-legged beside Lin Muyu and asked, "So what should we do next?" "Wait." Lin Muyu said, "Su Jiantao and Wei Chou have already led 5,000 light cavalry to the enemy's rear. Let's see how much rations they can burn. Once the Tianji Empire's rations run out, they will naturally retreat without attacking. At that time, we can just send our cavalry to chase after them. When their people are so hungry that they can't walk, they will naturally be defeated." "Yes, then let's wait." Feng Jixing nodded, then looked up and said, "Luo Yu, pass down my order. All the prefectures in Sangnan province must transfer half of the stored rations to the camp of the Tianji Empire's army, so that the soldiers can eat and drink to their heart's content and recuperate. In addition, gather warhorses and capture horses that get lost in the battle, the more the better." "Yes, Your Highness." "Also," Lin Muyu said, "Luo Yu, send people to the unicorn forest to cut down trees and make wooden rafts, the more the better. We need to build many pontoon bridges. Once the Tianji Empire retreats, it will be time for us to chase after them." "Yes, I understand." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The injuries of Lin Muyu, Tang Xiaoxi, Qin Yin, Feng Jixing, and the others had basically recovered, but the repair work on the steel wall had not yet begun. It would only start after the battle was over. However, quite a number of civilian laborers had been recruited. Su Jiantao had guarded Sangnan province for 5 years, and he had been conscientious. Wugu city was overflowing with wealth, and the manpower and material resources could still be considered to be able to keep up. Early in the morning, a few more troops appeared on the official road. They were all private troops from Tianshu province and Yunzhong province who had heard the news. After hearing about the great victory of the Steel Wall, all the feudal lords from various places came to rescue the empress. In fact, everyone knew that these people were just here to get a share of the spoils and receive more rewards after the empress returned to Zetian Palace Hall. Even some of the bandit leaders brought their men down the mountains to rescue the empress. The morning tea rippled with a faint fragrance. Qin Yin held the teacup and gently took a deep breath. She couldn't help but smile and say, "It still smells the same." Shangguan Jingyue chuckled and said, "Well, the tea in Wugu city is not much different from the tea in Lanyan city. It's good that your highness likes it." However, Feng Jixing was somewhat frowning. Although Qin Yin couldn't see it, she could feel it. "General Feng, what's wrong?" She was still used to calling Feng Jixing General Feng because this was how he used to be. Feng Jixing cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Your Highness, there are more and more troops in the Unicorn Forest. The feudal lords from Tianshu Province, Sangnan Province, and Lingbei Province have all taken out their family assets. This Unicorn Forest is filled with chaotic troops, but they don't obey orders. I sent Luo Yu and Zhang Wei to recruit their troops. The feudal lords from various places made different excuses, but none of them were willing to listen to my orders." Qin Yin nodded and didn't say anything. Su Er said, "When the conscription order was issued, we also thought of this result, but we didn't expect it to develop to this point. Now, the Imperial Army in the Unicorn Forest only has a total of 100,000 people, while the feudal lords have close to 300,000 people. They are divided into hundreds of feudal armies, and the largest of them has 40,000 people. However, they are all a motley crew, and no one is willing to be the vanguard." Zhen Yifan said, "The laissez-faire of power has already made these feudal lords not know what a ruler is." Qin Yin bit her red lips and asked, "Xiaoxi, what do you think?" Tang Xiaoxi put down her teacup and said, "I went to see the feudal lords' armies this morning, and it's not too much to call them a motley crew. Many of the troops are even made up of farmers. In order to gather a strong army, the feudal lords have gone around, snatching people, and there's even a rule of drawing 1 out of 3. That's not all. There should be about 2 million feudal lords' armies in the entire country, but most of them are farmers. These people should be discharged from the army and returned to farming. Otherwise, if the land can't grow food, how can the empire continue to fight?" "Then what does Xiaoxi mean?" "We have to think of a way to not only appease the feudal lords, but also make them reduce the number of troops. Otherwise, if this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid we'll fall into chaos." Feng Jixing made a cutting gesture. "In my opinion, it's better to cut the Gordian knot and slaughter all the feudal lords. We'll take their elite troops and disperse the rest of the troops." "That won't do." Tang Xiaoxi shook her head. "Your method may work in troubled times, but once we expel the bandits from the celestial pole continent, we'll be ruling the country. If we use General Feng's method to rule the country, Xiao Yin definitely won't be able to be the empress." Qin Yin pursed her red lips and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't become the empress, as long as I can accompany you and you." "Please don't." Tang Xiaoxi was a little anxious, and said, "Xiao Yin, you must not have such an idea. If you don't become the empress, I'm afraid the world will really be in chaos. At that time, all the feudal lords will proclaim themselves as kings and fight each other. The Qin Empire will really be finished." "All right then. I wonder what you thinks. Where is he?" "He went out early in the morning. I heard he went to spy on the military, so you couldn't help but frown." So you couldn't help but frown. A dignified marshal of the 3 armies going out to spy on military affairs is simply child's play. When he comes back, we must give him a good warning. Pa! A crack appeared in the tent, and Lin Muyu stepped out and said with a smile, "What does Aunt Luo want to warn me about?" Suyu pursed her lips. "What did you spy on?" The Flowing Harmony Army and the Divine Cloth Army have already started packing their supplies. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely retreat within 3 days. In addition, there was no smoke in their camp at noon yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, they have already run out of food, so they directly skipped their lunch. They ran out of food? Feng Jixing asked excitedly. Yes, it should be. Lin Muyu asked with a smile, "Big brother Feng, how many cavalry soldiers do we have?" "Don't worry." Feng Jixing said, "I annihilated 60,000 wolf soldiers in Yunzhong province, and most of their mounts are well preserved. It can be said that as long as our main force of 100,000 soldiers can ride horses, we will have 100,000 cavalry." "That's great. I saw that there are almost no war horses in the stables of the Tianji Empire. They started slaughtering the war horses a day ago. I reckon that in another 2 days, they will all become infantry." If nothing unexpected happens, Wei Chou and Su Jiantao's operation behind the enemy's back has already been effective. The time to counterattack will also come in 1 or 2 days. Yes. Man proposes, but God disposes. Sometimes, no matter how scheming people were, the factors of the right time and the right place would not change because of people's will. Although the Tianji Empire was strong, it always lagged behind others and would eventually be defeated. Chapter 929. At night, the sky was filled with stars. The fog of the summer night slowly descended and turned into dew. The camp was damp, and the dew on the branches and leaves kept splashing down, making pitter-patter sounds on the tent as if it was raining. Gong Shangming stood quietly under the lantern, raising his head to look at the stars in the sky. He did not speak. Whoosh! The tent door opened, and Castor, the commander of the Flowing Dawn Army, appeared. "Why aren't you sleeping, advisor?" he asked with a smile. Gong Shangming nodded and smiled. "How can I sleep?" "Why aren't you sleeping, Commander?" "I can't sleep either." Castor rubbed his nose and said, "Have you heard the news, advisor? The Eternal Night sect, the Blood Cloak sect, and the other sects have all surrendered to the Four-Winged Angel, Zai. The entire Divine Cloak Army is no longer under our control. It's as if it has become the private army of the Radiant Angel. This is not good. What else can we do?" Gong Shangming seemed to be in a daze. "With the death of the marshal, we are without a leader. Neither you nor I have enough prestige to command the 3 armies. Even Lord Dragon Rider Lin Tongtian died in battle, and that Dora has joined Zai. At this moment, they are the true rulers. We can only take things one step at a time. The rear supply route has been cut off time and time again. The light cavalry of the Longdan army camp sometimes gathers and sometimes scatters. They come and go unpredictably and have already burned more than 20 of our granaries. We can't even feed our soldiers a full meal anymore. The war horses have been eaten in 3 days, and it will take at least 10 days to walk to Winterfrost City. What can these 150,000 soldiers eat to last 10 days? Gong Shangming was silent. "You are the advisor. You should at least say something, right?" Castor said calmly. "All right." Gong Shangming looked up at Castor and asked, "Commander, do you think we are humans or beasts?" "Nonsense, of course we are humans." "Then I am at my wit's end." "Then." Castor frowned and said, "What if we are beasts?" "Then there is a way to feed the army." "What way?" "Eating human flesh." Gong Shangming's voice was soft but firm. "Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. From here to Winterfrost City, although the land is barren and there are few cities and towns, there are still some villages. Send our people into the villages to capture the civilians of the Qin Empire and eat them. That way, the army may be able to make it back to Winterfrost City." Castor instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If they followed Gong Shangming's plan, the Tianji Empire would no longer be able to establish itself in the Shattered Cauldron realm in the future. After all, who would support a man-eating army? His eyelids twitched violently as he said, "Military advisor, this is simply heartless. If we really do this, the Tianji Empire can forget about ruling over the Shattered Cauldron realm." "Hee, Commander, do you still think the Tianji Empire can defeat the Qin army?" "What do you mean?" "There are at least 800,000 troops recruited by our empire and Lord Zhang Cheng's troops. Why can't we win this war?" Gong Xiangming took a deep breath and said, "Because the Empress of the Qin Empire, Qin Yin, is back. With the loyalty of the people, and with the famous generals like Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Su Jiantao, and Wei Chou, how can we fight the Qin Empire? Even if we take a step back, we can only rely on the Dragon Knights. But now they have giant cannons that can kill the Dragon Knights. They are ahead of us in terms of weapons. If we continue to stay in the Shattered Cauldron realm, we will only be a burden to our homeland and the Tianji Empire. At that time, if the new emperor of the Celestial Empire, Qin Yu, uses force, I'm afraid even our homeland will be in the hands of others." Castor felt a chill down his spine. "Military advisor, are you serious? What else is there to hide from you?" Gong Xiangming turned around and patted Castor's shoulder lightly. He smiled and said, "Previously, we may have had some disagreements in terms of strategy and caused some misunderstandings. But now, there are no gaps at all. Commander, don't think that we are the victors anymore. The expeditionary army has already been defeated. If we continue to be stubborn, we will only push the Tianji Empire to the edge of a cliff. After all, the Tianji Empire is different from the Blackstone Empire. Our territory is vast and the people are rich. It is enough to compete with the Celestial Empire. We don't have to bet all our bets on the Shattered Cauldron realm. After all, in terms of military force and strategy, we have lost to the Qin Empire." Castor frowned. "Military advisor, do you think we have lost to Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing in terms of strategy?" "Yes," Gong Xiangming admitted. "We killed the enemy with an absolute advantage in military force, but we suffered a crushing defeat. At least half of the responsibility of military strategy and command has to be borne. Then, what do we do now? Haven't we already decided to retreat?" "Commander, you can send 10,000 people into the villages and towns in the rear to capture people to make food. Then, you can leave 50,000 elites to persuade the Godly Yi army to help us fight. We can camp every 20 miles and retreat step by step to prevent the Qin army from chasing after us. In this way, maybe we can return to Winter Frost City alive." "Well, I got it. Thank you for your advice, military advisor." A ferocious smile appeared at the corner of Castor's mouth. "In the battle a few days ago, we captured more than 2,000 soldiers of the Qin Empire. It's just right. Let's make them into food first." Gong Xiangming was silent. From a military point of view, eating people was right. But from a moral point of view, the Tianji army was gradually becoming a beast. The morale of the army would change sooner or later. It was just that a reckless man like Castor did not understand such a change. The next morning, the soldiers of the Liuji army got up one after another, ready to break camp and retreat. But the meal before the retreat made many people vomit, because they found human fingers, legs, and other body parts in the soup pot. Unknowingly, the army rations had changed from grains to human flesh. Many people refused to eat it, and many people vomited after eating or drinking a mouthful of soup. Castor held the soup bowl and looked at the people coldly. He drank the soup in one gulp and shouted in a low voice, "If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to march. If you want to leave here alive, then eat. Eat as much as you can. Otherwise, stay here and become the food of the Qin army. Let me tell you, the meat in the soup pot is the meat of the enemy. We are not afraid of the living Qin army, let alone the dead ones. Eat the meat, and then you can go back to your hometown alive." Many of the soldiers cried and chewed as they cried. Gong Xiangming, dressed in a long robe, stood quietly among a group of strategists. His face was livid. He did not eat anything, but he was so hungry that his eyes almost went blurry. "Break camp and retreat." The bugle horn sounded. The 150,000 soldiers of the Tianji Empire finally retreated. In the west of Daojiang, behind a dilapidated steel wall, a scout of the empire entered the main tent and said respectfully, "They have retreated." "That's great." Feng Jixing slammed the table and said, "Prepare to give chase immediately." The scout's face did not look too good. He said, "There's one more thing." "Oh. What is it?" "Say it," Lin Muyu said. The scout gritted his teeth and said, "Our people found out that they killed all the captives and used them as food last night. More than 2,000 people of the empire who were captured, all died for the empire." "Beasts, they are a bunch of beasts." Xiang Yu roared. Qin Yin's delicate body trembled slightly. She clenched her fists tightly. The golden flames between her eyelashes became even colder. Lin Muyu gently held her hand and said softly, "War is like this, we have seen a lot of such things over the years." "I know, but those soldiers of the empire should not die like this, they will rest in peace because we will avenge them." Lin Muyu's words were sonorous. She said, "Since they are out of food, they will try their best to get food. Bring me the map and see which towns are on the way to Winter Frost City. We must reinforce these towns as soon as possible. We cannot let the people of the empire continue to become food for the enemy." "Yes." Zhen Yifan suddenly said in a low voice, "Your Highness Yu, if we give chase, what will happen to the feudal vassal army? They have gathered nearly 400,000 men and horses, and food is also very scarce." Lin Muyu frowned. "I don't know. Does Duke Fan have any ideas on this matter?" "The feudal vassal army appears to be united, but they are actually divided. Each of them has ulterior motives. We must appease them well. Otherwise, there will be chaos. In that case, Duke Fan is the empire's god of war. Your prestige is enough to intimidate these feudal vassals. Why don't you stay behind and appease them? This way, Commander Feng Jixing and I can focus on pursuing the enemy." Zhen Yifan nodded. "Please rest assured, Your Highness Yin and Your Highness Yu. I will do my best." "Yes." Qin Yin stood up and said, "I will pursue the enemy with Commander Yu. Aunt Si, you should stay behind as well and assist Duke Fan in appeasing the feudal vassals. We must be careful in this matter." Su Yu cupped her fists. "Yes, Your Highness." "So, it's decided?" Feng Jixing asked. Qin Yin nodded. "Yes." "Good. Tell the three armies to prepare to cross the river and pursue them." In the afternoon, countless bamboo rafts and wooden rafts were placed in the Rice River. They joined together to form a man-made pontoon bridge. War horses neighed as they crossed the river. The waves of the Rice River were turbulent, but it could not stop the pursuit of the imperial army. Nearly 100,000 people had crossed the Rice River in less than 4 hours. However, they could not carry heavy weapons anymore. The pontoon bridge could not bear the weight of the heavy magic crystal cannons. Before evening, the cavalry led by Qin Yin, Lin Muyu, and Feng Jixing had already caught up with the Tianji Empire's army. After a fierce battle, more than 10,000 people were beheaded. It seemed that the Tianji Empire had lost their will to fight and was unwilling to continue the battle. They only left an army to cover the rear. However, they were unlucky. They were targeted by the main force of the Qin Empire's army. At midnight, the War Eagle scouts reported that an army of the God Yi army had gone to Longhai County. There were nearly 50,000 residents in Longhai County. Once the hungry God Yi army arrived, almost all the civilians there would become food. Lin Muyu decided to split up the army. Feng Jixing, Tang Xiaoxi, and Xiang Yu would lead the main force to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, he and Qin Yin would lead 20,000 cavalrymen from the Longdan army camp and go straight to Longhai County. Chapter 930. It was Longhai County, which was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There were 3 official roads leading to the periphery. Most of the civilians in the county lived by farming and hunting. Most of them were farmers and hunters. Sangnan province had experienced many wars, but Longhai County had escaped the disaster because it was relatively hidden. They had escaped the attack of the Iha kingdom and the slaughter of the armored demon army of the demon clan, but they had not escaped the baptism of the divine cloth army. At this time, the city walls were filled with the divine clothing army in red armor. The city was filled with cries and shouts. The entire city had been sealed off. The divine clothing army was capturing people in the city. Moreover, they did not intend to cook the people immediately. Instead, they wanted to feed the group of people. As they walked, they would eat them. They even wanted to dry the meat and use it as rations. This group of divine cloth army soldiers were from the Eternal Night sect. They wore red armor and black robes. Most of them were practitioners, but most of them were in the human realm, the earth realm, and the heaven realm. Without food, they would also be hungry, and they were no different from mortals. In the city, the civilians were connected by iron chains, crying. They did not know what was waiting for them, but it was obviously not good. On the square, Jin Luen, the white-haired suzerain of the Eternal Night sect, was riding on a warhorse. He looked at his subordinates coldly and said, "Finish the battle quickly. We must leave this city in 2 hours." "Yes." Achillearch asked, "Suzerain, no, Commander, we have captured a lot of beautiful women. What should we do?" Jin Luen was a little angry. "You still want to kill women at this moment? You are courting death. Send my order to kill them all. We must not be dragged down by women. What we need is food. Immediately rob their granaries and use them as food for the army." "Yes." Before he could finish his words, a rider arrived. It was a messenger with a Saint Realm cultivation base. He cupped his fists and reported, "Sovereign, there are people coming from outside. There are many torches in the distance, and all of them are cavalries. It seems like they are the main force of the Qin army." "Main force?" Jin Luen narrowed his eyes. "Humph, how many people are there?" "About 20,000. The Qin army is too arrogant. How dare they take the initiative to attack us with 20,000 people? Don't they know that there are 30,000 divine cloth army in this small Longhai County? Send my order to prepare for battle. Rely on the strength of the city to repel the enemy. Open the east gate of the city. Once they are stopped, immediately retreat from the east gate." "Yes." Under the moonlight, the soldiers of the Longdan army had arrived at the west gate of Longhai County. Under the moonlight, the soldiers of the Longdan army led Lin Muyu soldiers in the city. Under the city, the soldiers of Longhai had arrived. Of guards of the Longdan Longhai County. On the city wall, the soldiers of the Divine Cloth Army were waiting in formation, holding bows and crossbows in their hands. One of the captains shouted, "Who are you? Are you here to die?" Lin Muyu frowned and did not answer. She just said to Situ Shui next to her, "Shui, order the magic crystal crossbow troop to fire the magic crystal crossbows. Blow up the west gate." "Yes." Situ Shui smiled cheerfully. After all, Longhai County was just a remote county city. Its defense was not strong at all. The city wall was only 5 meters high, and its thickness was very average. It could be blown up by the magic crystal crossbows, let alone the magic crystal cannons. "Hey, are you deaf or mute? Answer me." The captaincy seemed to be a little impatient. However, as soon as he finished speaking, purple rays of light suddenly shot out from the enemy's battle formation. Surprisingly, they were magic crystal arrows that landed on the city wall. The miniature magic crystals tied to the arrows glowed dazzlingly, and after 3 seconds, they quickly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A series of flames appeared on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, the nearly 100 meters high wall had been razed to the ground. "Charge in." Lin Muyu raised the Xian Yuan sword and shouted, "Anyone who wears the uniform of the Divine Cloth Army, kill them all." The cavalry quickly broke through the city wall and fought with the guards in the city. In the air, a person roared and launched a divine attack. Balls of flames blasted into the crowd of people in the Longdan army camp. Suddenly, dozens of people died. There was actually a god state expert on the other side. It was an old man with white hair. But obviously, he was not worthy of respect at this time. He was just a killing maniac. I'll take care of him. Lin Muyu jumped off the warhorse. Suddenly, his aura increased a lot. He rushed forward and attacked with his long sword with the energy of the purple sun falling to the ground. I am Jin Luen, the leader of the Eternal Night sect. Who are you? Tell me your name. In the dark, Jin Luen could not see Lin Muyu's face at all. He could only see the golden sword in his hand. But he could not hear the answer. Crack! The Xianyuan sword was so sharp that it instantly sliced through the steel sword in Jin Luen's hand. Following the momentum, it sliced Jin Luen's head and shoulders into two. A mere godly state expert at the 28th level of Grotto Heaven was completely unable to withstand Lin Muyu's attack. Lin Muyu, he said softly. But he realized that Jin Luen was already dead. He was destined not to hear this sentence. The leader is dead, the leader is dead in battle, the leader was killed, the crowd was in chaos. The main force of the Divine Cloth Army, which was made up of cultivators from the Eternal Night sect, seemed to have lost their backbone in an instant. Lin Muyu, who was holding the Xianyuan sword, waved her long sword like a god of death. It was as if there was no one around her. When a few captains were trying their best to maintain the momentum of defeat, another golden light bloomed in the sky. It was Qin Yin's golden wings. The eyes of the blazing dawn slowly opened, and the Divine Cloth Army almost instantly lost the ability to fight. Terralin, Lake, Zhou Shimin, and other battle angels took advantage of the situation and swept across. Sita Shui, Fengxi, and others on the ground quickly killed them. The God Yi army had already been defeated. Even if their cultivation level was higher than the ordinary soldiers of the Longdan army camp, these God Yi army were not real soldiers after all. When they encountered such a battle formation, they would naturally panic. With the presence of gods such as Lin Muyu, Qin Yin, and Terralin, it was not surprising that they were defeated. In this way, there was a chaotic battle in the city. It was not until the early morning of the next day that the battle ended. The Longdan army camp wiped out nearly half of the God Yi army with the loss of 4,000 people. Under such an advantage, they still had to pay 4,000 people for killing 20,000 people. It was enough to show that the reputation of the 7 great sects of the celestial pole continent was not undeserved. However, this battle had also greatly affected the arrogance of the God Yi army, and the nearly 10,000 people who fled had no fighting spirit to speak of. On the 19th of July, after a short rest and feeding of the warhorses, the Longdan army camp attacked again in the morning. In less than an hour, they caught up with the defeated 10,000 God Yi army in the valley between two mountains and quickly massacred them. This time, the loss was very small. The entire 30,000 people of the God Yi army were all killed, and there were no more than 100 people left alive. It could be said to be extremely tragic. On the 20th of July, the main forces of Feng Jixing and Tang Xiaoxi fought with the main forces of the Flowing Wind Army in Yang County, killing more than 30,000 people, and the Flowing Wind Army continued to be defeated. On the 22nd of July, Lin Muyu led the Longdan army camp to annihilate a group of scattered soldiers of the Flowing Wind Army at the south bank of the Daojiang tributary, killing more than 4,000 people. On the 24th of July, the main forces of Feng Jixing and Tang Xiaoxi caught up with Castor's troops again. They fought for 2 days and 2 nights at the border of Lingdong province, killing more than 10,000 people. On the 25th of July, the army of Xiang Yu killed more than 3,000 people. On the 26th of July, the armies of the Tianji Empire and the Qin Empire entered the territory of Lingdong province. The Longdan army camp finally caught up with the main forces of the Blood Yi army. They attacked from both sides with the banished army led by Ding Shi and defeated the main forces of the Blood Yi army, killing more than 20,000 people. On the 27th of July, the army of Feng Jixing and Tang Xiaoxi intercepted the remaining troops of Castor outside Winter Frost City, killing more than 5,000 people. On the 28th of July, a total of 5 armies including the Longdan Army Camp, the Forbidden Army, and the Banished Army arrived at Winter Frost City one after another and recaptured the Dongdu. On the 3rd of August, with the mediation of Gong Shengming, the Flowing Wind Army and the Godly Yi Army joined forces again and fought with the main forces of the Qin Empire 300 miles north of Winter Frost City, but they were defeated. On the 17th of August, Zai and Gong Shengming officially returned to the Tianji Empire from the East Sea in search of warships, with less than 10,000 people remaining. At this point, the vigorous expedition of the Tianji Empire finally ended in failure. The 400,000 troops occupied 42 states on the territory of the Qin Empire at most, but they still failed at the last moment. The total number of soldiers who returned to the mainland was less than 10,000, and the whole country mourned. At the same time, the Battle of Cangnan Province, which lasted more than a month, finally ended. From Cangnan Province to the Dongdu, the army chased and killed more than 310,000 enemies with the momentum of conquering the country. On the 14th of September 7742 of the Empire calendar, it was autumn. The Empress Qin Yin returned to Lanyan City under the escort of nearly 100,000 soldiers. The army was majestic and stretched for 5 miles. The maple trees along the way were all red, and everything in the capital seemed to be the same as before. However, Qin Yin couldn't open her eyes to see it. Some things couldn't be reversed, just like her black eyes. This was the punishment of fate and the price of happiness. Lin Muyu, who was wearing a white robe of the imperial forest, rode on Takshu. She rode shoulder to shoulder with Chu Chu on one side of Qin Yin, while Feng Jixing and Tang Xiaoxi rode on warhorses on the other side. As for Terralin, Lake, and the others, they had already entered the city to enjoy the prosperity of the capital. Qin Yin closed her eyes, but there was a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. For so many years, this scene only appeared in her dreams, but now it was happening in front of her eyes. Everyone was still there, and everything was the same as before. However, the price of defeating the Tianji Empire was too high. The Qin Empire had paid an almost equal amount of losses. As a result, the Longdan Army Camp, the Imperial Guards, the God Might Battalion, the Iron Blade Army, and all the other Imperial legions added up only had a total of 100,000 soldiers. The Shattered Cauldron Realm couldn't afford a second expedition by the Tianji Empire, and the Tianji Empire. Hopefully, they couldn't afford a war either. Brother Yu. Qin Yin suddenly called out softly. What's the matter, Xiao Yin? I want a branch of a maple tree. Oh, it's a piece of cake. Lin Muyu picked one from the roadside and handed it to Qin Yin. Qin Yin held the branch and brought it to her nose to sniff. How is it? What's the smell? Lin Muyu asked with a smile. Qin Yin pouted and said, it's obviously a branch of a locust tree. You lied to me, Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, and the others burst into laughter. The Emperor of Qin teasing the Empress was something that everyone was looking forward to, right? Peace was like a dream that people yearned for and indulged in. Chapter 931. Lanyan City was the political and economic center of the empire. During the war, this rich city provided the front line with countless provisions, armors, weapons, and diseases. Now, the war situation had finally calmed down temporarily. The citizens of Lanyan City lined the streets to welcome the triumphant return of the empire's army. When they saw Qin Yin in the empress's robe, they were so excited that they couldn't speak. Finally, the era of the three kings was over, and the chaos in the world should also come to an end. Is the war over? Lin Muyu smiled bitterly. She was afraid that it was far from over. The military strength of the celestial pole continent was still several times that of the Shattered Realm. This time, the defeat of the Tianji Empire's expeditionary army might lead to a new change in the structure of the celestial pole continent. No one knew what the future would be like, so they could only be cautious and careful. Qin Yin had already changed her angel costume into the military uniform of the Empire's female general. She wore a dark blue robe embroidered with golden-purple flowers. This was the standard attire of the empress during the war, but she kept her eyes closed and followed Lin Muyu all the way to Zetian Palace Hall. Behind the empress, the imperial guards who had gone to war had already been reduced from more than 100 to at least less than 30. It was very dismal. At least, the empire's generals were still intact. At least, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Qin Yan, Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, Zhen Yifan, and the others were still alive. These people were the cornerstones of the empire. Qin Yin was very clear that if the soldiers were gone, they could be recruited again. If the famous generals were gone, then it was unknown when a new famous general would emerge. Zetian Palace Hall had already been cleaned in advance. It was solemn and splendid. Everyone walked slowly into the main hall without resting. There were still many things to deal with after the war, so this afternoon was bound to be very busy. Your subjects welcome your highness back to the court. Everyone knelt down one after another. Even the three kings, Lin Muyu, Qin Yan, and Feng Jixing, knelt at the front of the officials. They were distinguished lords, but in front of Qin Yin, they were still officials. Everyone, please rise. Qin Yin stood up and walked step by step to the edge of the imperial steps. She bowed to the crowd and said, I haven't been in the empire for many years. Everyone has worked hard. It is because of everyone's blood that the Qin clan can still stand on this continent. I, Qin Yin, thank you all on behalf of the Qin clan. Everyone said in unison, we have no regrets serving the empire. Qin Yin looked at Lin Muyu and said, Your Highness you. Lin Muyu was stunned. Xiao Yin. Qin Yin nodded and slowly knelt in front of Lin Muyu. She smiled faintly and said, Big brother you were originally a genius and could live a Xiaoyao's life without caring about worldly affairs. But because of Xiao Yin, Big brother you has suffered so much for so many years. I know it's all my fault. It's hard for you to meet me, she was very moved. The eyelashes under her eyes trembled slightly as she knelt on the ground. Lin Muyu hurriedly walked forward and held her arms. She said softly, Xiao Yin, you are crazy. You are the empress. How can you kneel to an official? Quickly get up. Qin Yin pursed her red lips. Not only am I the empress, I am also your younger sister. We are not monarch and official. Anyway, you can't kneel to me. Quickly get up. Okay. When Qin Yin stood up, Lin Muyu then knelt down with a peace of mind. She raised her eyes and glared at Shengguan Jingyue. She had neglected her duties as the chief female official. However, Shengguan Jingyue also looked helpless. Obviously, she did not have any cultivation. How could she stop what Qin Yin wanted to do? In the main hall, there were many officials. At least more than 200 civil and military officials followed Qin Yin back to Zetian Hall. In addition to the original high-ranking officials of Lanyan City, there were at least 300 people standing in the main hall. Feng Jixing touched his nose. He felt that Qin Yin and Lin Muyu were showing off. He said softly, I feel that you are going to be promoted. Why? Lin Muyu was stunned. Feng Jixing said, Her Highness treats you as a brother and a lover. You are the main contributor. If you don't get promoted, who else will? Get promoted to an X, Lin Muyu couldn't help but curse, we're all royal nobles now. Below monarchs are royal nobles. The three of us are only below one person, but above tens of thousands. If we go any higher, we'll be breaking the heavens. I think we're lucky to not be demoted. Oh, why? Feng Jixing was puzzled. Lin Muyu said softly, Look at the many officials behind us. Many of them are princes from various places. Their troops will soon arrive at Lanyan City. It is called, rescuing the emperor, but in fact, they are taking advantage of the empire to ask for official positions. Just wait and see. Now that Xiao Yin is back, the three of us will definitely not be able to stay as princes for long. Feng Jixing frowned. You are right. I should have thought of this a long time ago. They will definitely restrict the power of the three of us. However, as long as we hold the military power in our hands, everything will be fine. The crux is that we don't have the military power in our hands. Lin Muyu said, "Look, my Longdan army camp and your imperial guards only have a total of less than 30,000 people. It's pitifully small. Any one of these honest princes behind us might have a military power that surpasses ours. The actual situation is that our army has been depleted in battle, while the military power of this group of people is still very intact." Feng Jixing clenched his fist. "It's fine. Don't worry. We are gods, and you are a god who possesses a supreme character. If they really make things difficult for us, we'll just kill every prince that comes. What's the big deal? Then the world will probably really be in chaos." Lin Muyu glared at him. "Brother Feng, you are too straightforward. You try to discuss everything with me first before making a decision. You are getting more and more cautious in doing things. It's no wonder that the former emperor took you in as his godson." Qin Yan coughed. "Hey, Prince Qin and Prince Xian, it's court time now. The two of you should speak softly. Cousin and everyone else are looking at you." Cough, cough, as expected, Zhen Yifan, Su Yu, Tang Xiaoxi, and the other princes were all staring at Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing, the two greatest contributors to the empire's revival. Every one of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Logically speaking, people who had made such immortal contributions should be steady, but these two were too careless. Qin Yin smiled and said, "Then, shall we begin the court discussion? Present the memorial one by one." "Yes." Not long after, Zheng Yifan took a step forward with a jade tablet in his hand and said, "Your Highness, this old subject has a memorial." "Please speak, Lord Fan." Zheng Yifan said, "The empire's army has been continuously reduced over the years. Its military strength has been reduced from the original hundreds of thousands to the current 100,000. This old subject thinks that the new recruits recruited by the various princes are too many and difficult to train. This old subject thinks that we should draw soldiers from the armies of the various princes and replenish the empire's regular army, restoring the army's original organizational structure as soon as possible." Qin Yin nodded in approval and said, "Yes, this is indeed an urgent matter." "Then, what do the princes think?" In the crowd, a dignified middle-aged general cupped his fists and said, "Your Highness, this is not appropriate. When we recruited soldiers, it was because the country was in danger, so the people were willing to put down their farming and go to the emperor's aid. But now that the enemy has been eliminated, this subordinate thinks that these soldiers should return to farming. Otherwise, the empire will no longer have usable military rations." The person who spoke was called Zhuang Yan, the governor of Xi'an City. He commanded more than 50,000 troops and was also one of the strongest princes. Zheng Yifan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lord Zhuang Yan, if all the princes left with their troops, then who will protect the imperial capital Lanyan City? Moreover, the empire's army urgently needs to replenish its military strength. All of you are also His Highness's subjects, shouldn't you serve the country?" Another old general laughed. He stroked his white beard and said, "What Lord Fan said is a little biased. Although it is the duty of a minister to be loyal to the country, we have to be worthy of the emperor and worthy of the common people. We can't disregard the lives of the people for our own selfishness, am I right?" "Lord Su Changjing really knows how to talk," Zheng Fang said resentfully. Su Changjing was the biggest prince in Yunzhong province, with more than 45,000 troops. Some people said that he was the illegitimate son of the Duke of Muyun, Su Muyun, but no one knew whether it was true or not. But now that he had become famous, he couldn't be underestimated. Lin Muyu was a little angry. She turned around to look at the group of princes and said, "Military strength, are you going to give it or not? Just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Tell me, are you willing to contribute your military strength to the empire's army?" He had already used the invisible elephant technique's domain. For a moment, all the princes felt as if they were in an ice cave, almost unable to breathe. "Of course, there's nothing we can't do," Su Changjing said. Zhuang Yan said, but the provinces and prefectures do need military strength, and more than half of the soldiers have to go back to farming. Therefore, I've decided to take 10% of the military strength from each army and give it to the Ministry of War. This is more reasonable. 10%? Qin Yin frowned slightly. What's enough for 10%? 20%. No one is allowed to disobey. Otherwise, they will be punished according to military law. Yes. The group of princes knelt down one after another, their faces pale. Qin Yin continued, in 7 days, all the soldiers must be reported to the Ministry of War. The Ministry of Personnel will reward the princes according to the number of troops they have handed over. The reward ceremony will be held in 7 days. Thank you, Your Highness. The ministers cheered. Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Tang Xiaoxi all wore cold expressions. Obviously, the situation was no longer under Zhe Tian Palace's control. The princes had their own ideas, and the people's hearts were in chaos. Late at night, there was a sea of sparks outside Lanyan City. The troops of various princes arrived one after another. In the darkness of the night, a group of noble generals dressed in brocade entered a large tent in the chaotic camp. They were the princes with strong military strength who had been in Zhe Tian Palace during the day. Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, Lu Shiyu, and the others were among them. Chapter 933. Servants, serve the wine. This was Zhuang Yan's main tent, so naturally, he was the host. Zhuang Yan had close to 60,000 soldiers under his command. He had brought almost all the soldiers he could gather from the entire Swift White province. As the most powerful feudal lord, he seemed to have other plans. Su Changjing, Lu Shiyu, and the others sat down one after another. They looked at each other, not knowing why Zhuang Yan had called them here. The song and dance can begin now. Zhuang Yan said lightly. Inside the barracks, slender women in black cloaks walked in one by one. Under the illumination of the candlelight, their beautiful faces were extremely moving. What was unimaginable was that there were actually dozens of high-quality beauties hidden within the army. However, it seemed that these beauties were merely Zhuang Yan's exclusive pets. The dancers raised their hands and untied the cloaks in front of their chests. When the cloaks fell to the ground, everyone's eyes lit up. These dancers only wore close-fitting silk dresses, which outlined their graceful figures very enchanting. Their bodies swayed gently, and it was extremely beautiful. Everyone, how are the beauties of my Swift White province? Zhuang Yan suddenly asked. Su Changjing was startled, then he smiled and said, very good. The Swift White province is indeed a good place to nurture such stunning beauties. Zhuang Yan raised his cup and laughed, come, let's drink to the brim first. No one dared to disrespect Zhuang Yan. Everyone raised their cups. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhuang Yan waved his hand. Immediately, the dancers took their seats. Almost every feudal lord had a dancer beside him. Zhuang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled, there's wine for today. Please don't let this good time go to waste. Ha ha ha, Bailing City's prefect Lu Shiyu frowned and said, Lord Zhuang Yan, I wonder why you called us here. Zhuang Yan said, it's nothing important. I just wanted to invite all of you here for a banquet. Why, Prefect Lu, do you think I have something on my mind? Ha ha ha. Lu Shiyu cupped his fists, no, please don't think too much. No, I really do have something on my mind. Zhuang Yan's voice suddenly became stern. Immediately, all the vassals looked over. Zhuang Yan seemed to be a bit drunk as he stood up shakily. Holding a wine cup in his hand, he said, we are all subjects of the empire, and we have worked hard for the sake of protecting the emperor. Today, the forces gathered by all of you here are more than 10,000 men. We have dragged out an ignoble existence in our respective cities, seized cities from the enemy, and slaughtered their soldiers. However, to this day, we have not received any rewards. Why is it that Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, and the others have been promoted to nobility and given more contributions? Why? It's only because they are the direct subordinates of Qin Emperor Lin Muyu. I, Zhuang Yan, feel sorry for everyone here. Su Changjing remained silent. Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, put down his wine cup with an indignant look on his face and said, "That's right, they look down on our background and think that we are just local tyrants. The words of Zhe Tian Palace have never been in our hands. Her Highness, the Empress, has only put people like Zhen Yifan, Su Yu, Lin Muyu, and Feng Jixing in important positions. She has nepotism, and vassals from other places like us will never have a chance." "That's right." A burly man stood up. He was the prefectural governor of Tianshu province, and his name was Zhou Heng. He had gathered more than 20,000 soldiers. At this moment, his face was flushed red, and he said angrily, "We also want to serve the empire, but why are we always inferior to others?" Zhuang Yan smiled faintly and said, "That's right, that's the reason. If we hand over our military power, I'm afraid that we will soon become fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone, we have to think about our future and prospects." Su Changjing narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Then, what exactly do you think, Sir Zhuang Yan?" Zhuang Yan laughed heartily and suddenly threw his wine cup to the ground. "The world should be governed by the people of the world. Why should one person have the final say?" Everyone was shocked. Zhuang Yan's words were no different from treason. Lu Shiyu frowned and said, "Sir Zhuang Yan, please be careful with your words. Her Highness is benevolent and has never done anything that would harm the common people. If your words are heard by the three dukes or Princess Shi, I'm afraid you will have to bear the consequences." "Why? Are you afraid, Sir Lu?" Zhuang Yan smiled and pointed at the door. "The door is over there. If Sir Lu is afraid, please leave. I, Zhuang Yan, do not keep cowards in my tent." Lu Shiyu gritted his teeth. When he came in, he saw many guards outside the tent. If he really went out, he might not have the chance to return to his tent. Zhuang Yan was a ruthless person, and there was nothing he couldn't do. "I'm not afraid, I'm just worried," Lu Shiyu said. "Don't worry. As long as the feudal vassals stick together, what can they do?" Zhuang Yan said. "Yes. Yes." Everyone agreed in unison. Su Changjing said, "Then what does Sir Zhuang Yan want?" Zhuang Yan said, "Doesn't Her Highness want 20% of our military strength? Then give it to her. After everyone returns to the camp, pick out the old, weak, and sick in the army and hand them over to the Ministry of War. These old and weak people were originally used to make up the numbers, so it doesn't matter if we give it to them. In addition, please gather your encampments and surround the Swift White Province's feudal army. Don't let them break through one by one." "Yes, that makes sense." Zhuang Yan squinted his eyes and said, "In addition, we have to submit a joint memorial." "Oh, what memorial?" Su Changjing was stunned. "Power reduction. For the stability of the people of the empire, power must be reduced." "Whose power is reduced?" "The 3 dukes, 4 dukes, and 5 marquises." Everyone fell silent. The 3 dukes, 4 dukes, and 5 marquises were all important officials of the empire. Other than Yao Yuan, the Marquis of the Tranquil Sea, and Luo Xian, the Duke of the North, the rest had made great contributions to the empire. It wouldn't be easy to reduce their power. Zhuang Yan seemed to have seen through everyone's doubts. He smiled and said, "I know that everyone thinks this is difficult, but it's actually not that difficult. We only need to submit a request. The decision can only be made by Her Highness. All we need to do is to put on a show. Only by reducing the power of the 3 dukes will we have a chance, right?" "Yes." Everyone nodded in unison. Lu Shiyu frowned and said, "If we were to submit a memorial like this, I'm afraid it would be no different from a rebellion. After all, Her Highness the Empress is a God-state cultivator. In addition to Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and the others, how are we mortals going to face their might? Therefore, we need someone who can make Her Highness fear and control Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing at the same time," Zhou Heng said with a smile. Oh. Zhuang Yan was stunned. There is such a person in this world. Who is Lord Zhouheng? If I can invite this person, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Who is it? Qing, allow me to keep you in suspense. Ha ha ha, just wait and see. Zhouheng said proudly, my Heaven's Pivot province is rich in resources and has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It will definitely broaden your horizons. 7 days later, at the barracks of the Ministry of War. Early in the morning, a group of cavalrymen flew into the barracks. It was Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing. They had brought a group of guards to select new soldiers. This was a promise that Qin Yin had made to them. She had allowed the Longdan army camp and the Imperial Army to have priority in recruiting new soldiers. The vassals outside the city had contributed 20% of their troops, which was a total of 130,000 soldiers. It should be enough. However, when Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing entered the drill ground, their faces turned ashen. The drill ground was densely packed with new soldiers, but their clothes were disheveled. Almost all of them were veterans, and many of them were crippled. They couldn't even lift a spear. What's going on? Wei Chou frowned. Their average age is enough to be my father's. Feng Jixing sneered. I knew it. These vassals won't be so kind as to hand over their elite troops. They are just putting up a front. We should have killed them back at Zetian Palace. If you kill them, Xiao Yin will have a hard time as the empress. Lin Muyu curled her lips. Then what do you think we should do? Feng Jixing was getting impatient. It seems that the vassals have already begun to form an alliance. They started moving their camps a few days ago. Now, all of them are in the southern area of Lanyan City. There are a total of 600,000 to 700,000 men and horses. The amount of rations supplied to them every day is not a small amount. If this goes on, I'm afraid that Lanyan City will be emptied by them in less than half a year. What should we do? Feng Jixing asked. We can't always be so passive and helpless, right? We don't have any soldiers now, and we can't use force against them. After all, they are all people of the empire. If we use force, I'm afraid that we will lose the support of the people. Lin Muyu pondered. How about this? Think of a way to capture the leader first. Find an opportunity to kill all the feudal lords, and their troops will naturally belong to us. What kind of opportunity? A banquet. Brother Feng, you can host a banquet in your own residence to entertain the feudal lords. Feng Jixing rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? Where would I get a residence? It's not like you don't know that I've been freeloading in the Imperial Army's barracks ever since I returned to Lanyan City. However, it's better to host a banquet in your residence. Lin Muyu glared at him. Do you think I have a residence? Have you forgotten that I've been freeloading at Xiao Yin's place for 7 or 8 days? Then what should we do? Let Duke Fan host. The Divine Marquis's residence is still very big. That's good too. We'll discuss it with Duke Fan. Okay. Zheng Yifan, who was drinking his morning tea, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong, father? Zheng Fang asked. Zheng Yifan rubbed his nose and said, I have a feeling that something bad is coming. Oh, what could it be? A guard's voice came from outside the door. Duke Fan, Prince Qin, Prince Xian, and Duke Wei are here. Sure enough, something bad is coming. Zheng Yifan squinted his eyes and smiled. These people are definitely not good. Zheng Fang. 10 minutes later, Zheng Yifan's face was ashen after listening to Lin Muyu's words. Duke Fan, please make a decision with benevolence and justice. Lin Muyu said, Brother Feng and I don't have a decent residence in Lanyan City. Your Divine Marquis's residence is so spacious. Moreover, with your reputation, the feudal lords will definitely come. Zheng Yifan took a deep breath. When will the banquet be held? 3 days later. Then, all right. Zheng Yifan raised his head and looked at Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing. Does Her Highness know about this? I don't know. The two of you are really daring. Duke Fan is too kind. Chapter 934. However, before Feng Jixing and Lin Muyu had even stepped out of the door, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. A guard from the Divine Marquis residence said respectfully, Duke Fan, Sir Zhuang Yan has sent someone to deliver an invitation. He said that there will be a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant tomorrow afternoon, and Duke Fan is invited. The Drunken Immortal restaurant? Zheng Yifan frowned and said, call him in. Yes. The person sent by Zhuang Yan did not look like a soldier, but more like a businessman. He was fat and had a mustache. When he saw Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing, he immediately smiled and said, so your highnesses are here too, that's even better. Both of you are also invited to the Drunken Immortal restaurant tomorrow afternoon. This is Sir Zhuang Yan's invitation. He took out 4 invitation cards at once. Not only were Zheng Yifan, Lin Muyu, and Feng Jixing invited, even Wei Chou was included. What is Sir Zhuang Yan planning to do? Lin Muyu asked. The messenger shook his head and said, this lowly one is just a messenger. As for the details, this lowly one doesn't know. However, Lord Zhuang Yan said that tomorrow at noon, there will be an earth-shattering announcement at the Drunken Immortal Inn. I hope that the 2 princes, Duke Fan, and Minister Wei will not miss it. Who else did he invite? Feng Jixing asked. The 3 highnesses, the 3 dukes and many marquises have been invited. In addition, the Ministry of War, Ministry of Manpower, Ministry of Justice, Divine Temple and Elixir Department of Lanyan City have also been invited. There are about 100 people in total. Alright, that's all. You can go now. Tell Zhuang Yan that we will be there on time tomorrow. Yes, then I'll take my leave. After the messenger left, the people in the living room frowned. His movements are quite fast. We didn't even have time to make a move before he made the first move, Lin Muyu said lightly, tomorrow's lunch at the Drunken Immortal restaurant won't be that delicious. Zheng Yifan nodded. A few days ago, I heard that Zhuang Yan had also invited the various feudal princes to a banquet. Lu Shiyu, Su Changjing, Zhou Heng, Zhao Xinpei, Yang Zhong, and the other feudal princes were all present. The imperial army only has 100,000 troops, but the hundreds of feudal princes have 6 or 7 times more troops than us. They can already be considered to have the power to decide life and death. As he spoke, Zheng Yifan sat down and sighed. Originally, we could enjoy peace after defeating the celestial pole continent, but I didn't expect that the empire's chaos had only just begun. Feng Jixing said, Zhuang Yan and the others don't have good intentions. In my opinion, we should cut the Gordian knot and kill the feudal prince's leaders, ending all troubles once and for all. Your Highness Prince Exan, times have changed. It's no longer the time for you to kill hundreds of generals in the 7 seas. Back then, the main forces of the Empire's army still existed and Tang Lan was still around, so they still had some reservations. But now, the chaos in the feudal vassal states' armies is no longer something that people like Tang Lu can compare to. Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, and Lu Shiyu. Which one of them isn't a sly old fox? If we really kill them with our status as Divine Realm experts, their subordinates will also lead their armies to attack Lanyan City. Lin Muyu said, we'll talk about it after we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant tomorrow afternoon. Feng Jixing nodded. Lin Muyu then looked at Wei Chou and said, deploy 2,000 people from the Longdan army camp to guard the surroundings of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. If anything really goes wrong, we'd rather kill the innocent than let them off. Don't leave any feudal princes alive. Wei Chou cupped his fists. Yes, I understand. Feng Jixing muttered, this matter. Should we tell Her Highness Yin and Princess Shi? The 2 of them have just been freed from the war. It's better not to tell them. We'll make the decision ourselves. I think Xiao Yin and Xiao Shi won't blame us. All right. The next day, at noon, there were no other customers in the Drunken Immortal restaurant on Tongtian Street. The entire place was under martial law by the guards of the feudal princes' armies. However, the streets outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant were tightly guarded by the armored cavalry of the Longdan army camp. If there were any disturbances, the hundreds of guards of the feudal prince's armies naturally wouldn't be a match for the battle-hardened elites of the Longdan army camp. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant together. When the two of them entered, they discovered that Qin Yan, Su Yu, and Zhen Yifan were already there. The huge Drunken Immortal restaurant had already been booked by Zhuang Yan today. There was no one else. All the guests were important ministers of the imperial court. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice all came forward to pay their respects. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing each nodded their heads in return. In reality, with their status, there was no need for them to do so. Not long after, Zhuang Yan, Lu Shiyu, and the rest walked out from inside. Zhuang Yan laughed heartily and knelt down, saying, "This general pays his respects to the three highnesses. It is the honor of us feudal princes that the three highnesses are willing to give us face. Lord Zhuang need not be so courteous." "Rise," Lin Muyu said. "Then, everyone, please take your seats." Zhuang Yan nodded his head with a smile. He led Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Qin Yan, and the rest straight to a large table in the center. The guests at this table were all first rank. Aside from the three princes and three dukes, there were also the Minister of War, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Revenue, and so on. Every single one of them was a heavyweight who could make Lanyan City tremble with a stomp of their feet. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing remained silent. There was no such thing as a good banquet. Today was destined to be a bad day. Delicious delicacies quickly filled the table, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing had been away from home for many years, so they never had the chance to taste the delicacies of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Today, they couldn't help but be tempted, but they still had to endure it. After all, something big was definitely going to happen today. I wonder why Lord Zhuang has set up a banquet to entertain us today. Zhuang Yifan squinted his eyes and asked with a smile. Zhuang Yan smiled slightly and said, "Everyone here is the cornerstone of the empire. The three princes rule the world, the four dukes rule the world, and the five dukes guard the four directions. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue provide the most solid logistical support for the empire's army. Only by working together can we drive away the powerful enemy. Compared to everyone here, we feudal princes who recruit our own troops simply have no qualifications to speak of. However, the troops in our hands only recognize our faces, so, today, the purpose of this Zhuang hosting this banquet is to familiarize ourselves with each other, so that we can work together in the future and make preparations for our loyalty to the empire." His loyal and courageous appearance made it hard for anyone to doubt him. Lin Muyu's face was expressionless. After so many years, she could tell at a glance that Zhuang Yan was only a scheming villain. He was still thousands of miles away from being a loyal official. Thus, Lin Muyu said, "When will the banquet start?" "I'm hungry." "Ha, Your Highness Prince Qin, please wait a moment." Zhuang Yan laughed and said, "Today, other than everyone here, this general has also invited a highly respected elder of the empire's royal family. With him here, the empire can truly be at peace for a long time." "Oh." Lin Muyu was a little displeased and said, "Who is this person? How can he have such a big tone?" "We found this person in Heaven's Pivot Province. He has already concealed his identity for many years, escaping from Fairy Lake to live in the northeast of Heaven's Pivot Province, living like a hunter. I think Your Highness Prince Zhong should be quite familiar with him." Zhuang Yan looked deeply at Qin Yan. Qin Yan was slightly stunned. What am I familiar with? Call him over first." "All right." Zhuang Yan clapped his hands and said, "Men, invite His Highness in." Immediately, the curtains at the back of the hall were pulled open. An old man with grizzled hair and beard walked over under the support of two guards. His spirit was still considered hale and hearty, but his appearance was incomparably aged. Everyone stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape, feeling that he was somewhat familiar. Even Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing were dumbfounded. They seemed to have seen this person before somewhere, but they could not quite remember. Among the crowd, only Qin Yan slowly stood up and walked over in a daze, saying in a trembling voice, "Royal Father, is that you?" Royal Father. The arrival was precisely Prince Ji Ning, Qin Quan. Qin Jin, Qin Yi's younger brother. Qin Quan's old tears flowed down, his palm trembling as he supported Qin Yan's arm. "Ah Yan. My Ah Yan has grown up. Father misses you and your brother every day. Today, I can finally see you guys." Qin Yan lost his voice and cried bitterly, "Royal Father, for so many years, we already thought that you were already dead. Why would you appear here today?" Qin Shao said, "Back then, second brother did not listen to my advice and killed royal brother, fratricidal. But he did not want to kill me. He just sent someone to a faraway place on a horse alone. He said before that as long as I concealed my identity, he would not pursue it. Otherwise, he would definitely send people to hunt me down. For so many years. I've always been hiding deep in the mountains without anyone knowing. Ah Yan, your brother, Qin Yan's tears flowed, my brother, he already died for the country during the Lanyan City Rebellion 11 years ago." My Ah Lei, Qin Quan's entire body trembled. Only when he got this news from Qin Yan's mouth did he truly feel the pain of losing a loved one. Zhuang Yan walked forward and supported Qin Quan, saying, "Your Highness, please take a seat. Commander Qin Lei sacrificed his life for the country. He is the pride of the empire. You should be happy for him." Qin Shao nodded and took a seat. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing stood up at the same time and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Yuning. I know you too." Qin Quan said faintly, "You are Lin Muyu, royal brother's adopted son, and you are Feng Jixing, the commander of the imperial army." "That's right. You two are already dukes now." Qin Quan looked at their cloaks and naturally knew their identities. Su'er said, "Your Highness Prince Yuning, you has been conferred the title of Qin King, Feng Jixing has been conferred the title of Xian King, and your son Qin Yan has been conferred the title of Zhong King. For so many years, it was the three of them who have been ruling the world of Great Qin." I know all of it," Feng Jixing smiled, "Your Highness Prince Yuning is Her Highness Empress's uncle. It's great that you can return safe and sound. The Empire has gained another capable official, it's a blessing. Why don't Your Highness be escorted by us to Zetian Palace to see Her Highness Empress?" Qin Quan was startled and didn't say anything. Instead, Zhuang Yan smiled, "Your Highness Prince Yuning must be tired from the journey. Don't rush to see Her Highness Empress for now. Why don't you wait for the morning court meeting?" Feng Jixing said coldly, "Since when did a small governor of Xiang City like you have the right to decide Prince Yuning's matters?" His words were filled with murderous intent, and Zhuang Yan couldn't help but turn pale. Lin Muyu quickly pressed her hand on Feng Jixing's wrist and said, "Brother Feng, let's wait for Prince Yuning's opinion first." Qin Quan coughed violently and said, "Then, tomorrow morning. We're not in a hurry anyway. I've been traveling in the mountains for so many years, and I've heard a lot of things. I can write a memorial to Her Highness Empress." Lin Muyu nodded, Okay." Feng Jixing glared at Lin Muyu, seemingly dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu's voice passed into Feng Jixing's ears like a silk thread, "I know Zhuang Yan wants to control us through Prince Yuning, but we can't act rashly. After all, we have to show respect to Prince Yuning, the Emperor's uncle, and even more so to Yan. He just learned that his father is still alive. How can we pour cold water on him now?" Feng Jixing's anger gradually subsided. He nodded and didn't say anything more. He started to eat. Chapter 935. After the luncheon, Qin Yan brought Qin Lian back to Prince Yuning's residence. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yan brought nearly 5,000 people to protect the residence. They surrounded it heavily as if not even a fly could fly in. Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Wei Chou, and Suyu escorted them to the outside of the residence. The four of them paced back and forth on their horses. "I still want to go in and ask Prince Yuning," Feng Jixing said. Lin Muyu nodded. Me too. Su Er said, that's true. Prince Yuning didn't come earlier or later, but at this time. In my opinion, Zhuang Yan doesn't have any good intentions. It's as if he's holding Prince Yuning hostage. Not necessarily, but... Lin Muyu frowned. But it does seem abnormal. Logically speaking, Zhuang Yan can't change the situation of the Marquis's army being reduced even if he finds Prince Yuning. Does he really want to betray the country? Feng Jixing said, don't talk about it. We'll know once we break the void and ask. Yes. The guards outside the door prevented others from entering Prince Yuning's residence, but they couldn't stop two God State experts. Pa! Purple lightning flashed in the side hall of the residence. Two figures flashed in. It was Feng Jixing and Lin Muyu. At this moment, Qin Lian held a teacup in her hand. She slowly raised her head and said, Your Highnesses, if you want to come in, come in. Why do you have to do this? Please forgive us, Your Highness. Lin Muyu cupped her fists and said, Zhuang Yan's people outside the door won't let us in. Qin Lian frowned. Why is it like this? Feng Jixing was impatient. He said, Your Highness, please tell us the truth. What did Zhuang Yan say to you? This time, he invited you back from Tianshu province. Something big must have happened, right? Qin Lian leisurely took a sip of tea and said, Do you really want to know? Yes. Okay, there's no harm in telling you. Qin Kong smiled faintly and said, This time, a total of 174 feudal vassals have joined forces to request the Empress to reduce her power. Power reduction. Lin Muyu was stunned. That's right. Qin Shao said, Zhuang Yan proposed a strategy to rule the country, called, The People of the World Rule the World Together. He asked the empire to return power to the world. The first step is to reduce power and remove all the titles of Duke, Marquis, and Earl. The salaries of these titles are too much, burdening the people of the world. The power of these titles is too great, making the people of the world feel unfair. From now on, I'm afraid the Great Qin will only have one Royal Highness, the Empress. There will no longer be the 3 dukes and 5 marquises. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing were stunned. Qin Kong smiled. Why? Are the two of you reluctant to give up your fame and fortune? Of course I'm willing. Lin Muyu smiled brightly. It's just that I don't know what Zhuang Yan and the others want to do. What happens after we lose our power? After we lose our titles, who will rule the world? Congress. Qin Shao said, this is their initial plan. They will set up a huge conference system, make laws, and rule the country by law. Her Royal Highness will no longer be the highest authority. All major decisions will have to be discussed by the Congress before they can be passed. Feng Jixing was a little annoyed. Is this treason? A bunch of B** stars, how dare they dismiss Her Royal Highness? This is simply wishful thinking. I can kill them all with my 2 knives. Qin Kong smiled. His Royal Highness Prince Xian is a god. Although he won't be restricted by many things in the mortal world, as long as Prince Xian kills people, it will be equivalent to giving the Marquis army a reason to attack Lanyan City. With 700,000 Marquis army soldiers, can the 30,000 Longdan army camp and Imperial guards in Lanyan City stop them? You, say something. Feng Jixing said. Lin Muyu stood there as if she had been petrified. A few words flew in her mind. They were about to set up a congress. Was this considered progress for historical civilization or a regression? From the perspective of civilization, he should support the establishment of a congress and the establishment of a constitutional state. However, from his own perspective, how could he let those despicable people deprive Qin Yin's legitimate heir of the throne? Now, there were 2 choices in front of Lin Muyu. One was to use Feng Jixing's method and kill the leaders of the Marquis army in a thunderous manner. Then, they would start a war and forcefully conquer the 700,000 troops outside the city. However, the result would be the end of the empire. there wouldn't be any more troops. As long as the celestial pole continent sent another group of elite troops over, the empire would no longer have any troops to resist. The second choice was to comply with their decision, set up a congress, remove the Marquis army, and establish a constitutional state. Xiaoyin's power will be disintegrated one by one, right? Lin Muyu asked. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, they will gradually take control of the Congress and hold real power. The final result is that Her Highness will lose the throne and become a commoner. Old Highness, as Xiaoyin's uncle and the third brother of the late Emperor Qin Jin, are you willing to watch the Qin Empire be controlled by others? Lin Muyu looked deeply at Qin Lian. Qin Lian's eyes were a little cloudy. She sighed and said, I'm already old. I don't know how many more years I can live. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see Yan. Do you want me to see the Qin Empire fall apart, you? If we comply with the will of Zhuang Yan and the other marquis, the empire can still protect itself. If we don't comply, I'm afraid the Qin Empire will fall apart in 3 years. So be it. It's fine if I don't become the Qin Emperor, Lin Muyu said dejectedly. Feng Jixing was stunned. Are you just going to let yourself be bound? No, I'm the Divine King. Who dares to bind me? Lin Muyu smiled faintly and said, I just don't want Xiao Yin and myself to be bound to this plane for the rest of our lives. I have a bigger goal. Brother Feng, you're also a god. Don't you want to see the outside world? Do you want to be Prince Xian in the Shattered Cauldron realm for the rest of your life? Feng Jixing touched his nose. Look at what you're saying. You have Her Highness Yin and Princess Shi to play in the outside world. What about me? I'm all alone. Will you bring me along? Of course, of course. You're my big brother. All right then. Feng Jixing said unhurriedly, Your Highness, since you want to reduce my authority, just do it. I, Feng Jixing, will not stop you. However, what I mean is that even if a parliament is established, the position of the Empress as the supreme ruler must be maintained. At least, it must be maintained before Her Highness Yin voluntarily abdicates. Lin Muyu also smiled faintly. If anyone wants to drag Xiao Yin down from the throne, I'll chop his head off immediately. Your Highness, please help us pass this message to Zhuang Yan and the other feudal vassals. If they want to reduce their authority and establish a parliament, they must hand over the military power of 300,000 elite soldiers for the various armies of the empire to choose from. In addition, even if a parliament is established, Xiao Yin must have the final veto power. This is my only request. If this cannot be negotiated, I swear that I'll single-handedly wipe out the entire family of all feudal vassals. If they don't believe me, they can try. Qin Kong was stunned. He could tell that Lin Muyu was not joking, and he indeed had the ability to do so. Thus, he nodded and said, I'll pass this message. It's rare that you and General Feng both have the demeanor of a gentleman. Otherwise, the world would definitely be in chaos. Lin Muyu's heart was heavy. I'm afraid that from now on, Great Qin will enter a civilized era of constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchy? Feng Jixing and Qin Kong asked together in shock. It was not strange that they did not understand this kind of civilization. The next day, during the morning assembly, the sun rose high in the sky, and the ministers all came to court. Each of them wore a smile on their faces, but each had their own thoughts. Some already knew that the empire was about to change, while others were still in the dark. In the main hall, Qin Yin, wearing the empress's robe, sat on the throne accompanied by Terilin and Tang Xiaoxi. She had also learned about what had happened in the parliament. Lin Muyu had come last night. Regarding this matter, Qin Yin was surprisingly calm. She had already seen through it a lot, and she did not even have the slightest nostalgia for the throne. Qin Kong walked to the front with the scroll in his trembling hand. He cupped his fists and bowed to Qin Yin, then turned around and opened the scroll. In a clear voice, he said, Since ancient times, things in the world will change when they are poor, and change will lead to change. the change in the imperial power lies in the hearts of the people. Her Highness is benevolent and has decided to remove all the titles of kings, dukes, marquises, and earls. All officials will be divided according to their ranks. In addition, a parliament will be established. Within 7 days, the first set of Great Qin's constitution will be drawn up. The country will be governed by this constitution, and the title of empress will be preserved. All major decisions must first be passed through the parliament and then the empress. Otherwise, they will not be implemented. Zhuang Yan could not help but frown. This last sentence seemed to have been added by Qin Kong himself. Motherf *Ker, that old bastard. He could not help but curse. But not far away, Qin Yan's gaze shot over like a sharp sword, causing Zhuang Yan to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Yin stood up and said, approved. I just don't know, how does uncle plan to select the members of this parliament? Under the king's steps, a group of dukes all knelt on the ground and said in unison, we recommend His Highness Prince Ji Ning to be the president of the parliament. He will oversee everything, including the selection of members of the parliament. Qin Yin frowned and said, other than the president, what other positions have been established by the parliament? 10 executive officers of the parliament, second only to the president, Qin Shao said. That's good. Qin Yin waved her hand and said, I will personally choose 5 of these 10 executive officers, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Su Yu, Tang Xiaoxi, and Wei Chou. It's decided. Qin Shao froze. What, can't I? Qin Yin slowly opened her flaming eyes and restrained most of her divine power, but it was still very hot. She said, Dukes, do you think my proposal is feasible? This was the first time Qin Yin referred to herself as the Emperor, and showed her authority. All the dukes knelt at almost the same time. Yes, it's feasible. We will obey your Highness' order. The corner of Lin Muyu's mouth rose. As expected, Qin Yin easily did it. As long as her 5 people entered the parliament and occupied half of the 10 executive officers, the overall situation would not be affected by others. And what Lin Muyu wanted was just for the dukes to hand over half of their military power. As long as she had troops in her hands, there was no need to fear that this parliament would break the heavens. After that, the entire afternoon's discussion became simple. The personnel of the parliament was confirmed. Other than Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and the other 5 executive officers, Zhuang Yan, Lu Shiyu, Su Changjing, Zhou Heng, and Yang Zhong occupied the remaining 5 positions. The identities of 214 members of the parliament were quickly confirmed. Most of them were dukes. The constitutional monarchy was slowly being implemented. Of course, how many people could clearly see the undercurrents flowing under the surface? Chapter 936. Holding the golden token in their hands, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Qin Yan knelt on one knee and raised the token of Emperor Qin, token of Emperor Xian, and token of Emperor Loyalty. Meanwhile, Shangguan Jingyue collected them one by one and put them on the maid's tray. She said, Your Highness, the token of Emperor Qin, token of Emperor Xian, and token of Emperor Loyalty have been collected. Qin Yin closed her eyes and said softly, Pass down my order. Reinstate Lin Muyu as the commander of the Longdan army camp, reinstate Feng Jixing as the commander of the Imperial Guards, and promote Qin Yan as the Grand Deacon of the Sanctum. Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, and the others will be given other important positions and arrangements. Zhuang Yan was taken aback. He glanced at the feudal vassals behind him. Immediately, Su Changjing cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, please reconsider. The position of the commander of the Imperial Main Army is related to the overall situation. We need to be more cautious. Since the Congress has been established, the positions of the commanders of the Longdan Army Camp and the Imperial Guards should be reappointed. The decision should be made by all the members of the Congress. Please consider it, Your Highness. Qin Yin's face was cold. She said indifferently, The Longdan Army Camp is the army that I rely on the most. The Imperial Guards are my guards that protect the Imperial capital. Why can't I decide on these 2 armies? How can I allow the Congress to intervene? Lin Muyu also sneered, Su Changjing, aren't you stretching your hands a little too far as the Grand Deacon? The Longdan army camp is my army. Everyone is my people. The future of the Longdan army camp can only be decided by me. Who do you think you are? Lin Muyu, you. Su Changjing was so angry that he was trembling. Don't forget that you are no longer the king of Qin. As one of the Grand Deacons of the Congress, is this what you should say? You dare to open a dye house just because I show you some color. The Xianyuan sword in Lin Muyu's hand had already started humming and shining with golden light. Feng Jixing hurriedly stopped the fight. He grabbed Lin Muyu's wrist that was holding the sword and said to Su Changjing, Lord Su, don't continue to anger Commander Yu. Don't forget that Commander Yu is the greatest contributor in defeating the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire and recovering half of the Qin Empire. Moreover, Commander Yu is a god of the mortal world, and you are just a mortal. You can kill Yu as if you were an ant. Commander Yu is you. You. Although he was trying to stop the fight, in fact, every word he said was like a sword stabbing into Su Changjing's heart. Lin Muyu did not pay attention to Zhuang Yan and Su Changjing. She just cupped her hands respectfully and said to Qin Yin, Your Highness, since the feudal princes have agreed to allocate half of their troops to replenish the armies of the empire, we should do it immediately. The Longdan army camp and the imperial army were originally formed with 100,000 people. I request Your Highness to approve that General Feng and I will personally go to the feudal prince's troops to select. Select? Zhuang Yan was stunned. Why? Can't I? Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, This is what Lord Zhuang Yan has promised. If you go back on your word, the Congress will be cancelled immediately. You will all go back to your respective cities and wait for Your Highness' reward. This, Zhuang Yan looked helpless and said, But if we only select our troops, won't the rest be a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Then what does Lord Zhuang want? The soldiers of our army are as close as brothers. All the centurions, chiliarchs, and captaincy must appoint their own brothers. Otherwise, their combat power will be greatly reduced. Please consider this, Commander Yu. Sure. Lin Muyu nodded and said, After the court meeting, I will send someone to Lord Zhuang Yan's camp to select 10,000 people to replenish the Longdan army camp. Lord Zhuang Yan, please send someone back to inform all the soldiers to wait for the selection in their respective camps' drill grounds. Feng Jixing said, Oh right, I also want 10,000 people. Also, I want 10,000 people from Lord Su Changjing's and Lord Lu Shiyu's armies. I hope you can start preparing immediately. Lu Shiyu and Su Changjing's faces were ashen. But this was the price they had to pay. The establishment of the Congress was a compromise and a deal. If they wanted to get rid of their status as feudal princes and enter the imperial court, they had to pay a price. Qin Yin pursed her red lips and said, Let's do it this way. Where is the Ministry of War? The Minister of War hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, Your Highness, what orders do you have for me? Send someone to cast a new marshal's seal immediately. Engrave Lin Muyu's name on it. From today onwards, Lin Muyu will carry the marshal's seal when not in battle. During wartime, we will discuss further. Lin Muyu has the supreme authority to control the entire army of the empire. Regardless of whether it is the regular army or the feudal prince's army, they must obey Lin Muyu's orders. That's all. Qin Yin's words made the feudal prince's faces turn green and purple. Everyone felt as though they had gone for wool and come home shorn. However, they couldn't disobey her. After all, the Congress had yet to mature, and many powers had to be fought for step by step. At this moment, the Empress's orders were above all else, and no one could disobey her. Feng Jixing smiled and said, Congratulations, you. Even though you have been removed from the title of King Qin, you have become the marshal. Lin Muyu couldn't express her bitterness and said, If you want to be the marshal, you can do it. I'm not too interested. I don't want to wrangle with these petty officials who haggle over minor matters. Feng Jixing's voice wasn't soft, and the feudal princes were enraged when they heard it. His meaning was self-evident. He was saying that the feudal princes were just some powerful and nouveau riche from small places. They couldn't even get on the stage of the imperial capital. This was simply a face-slapping. At this moment, Xiang Yu cupped his fists and said, "Your Highness." Qin Yin smiled faintly and said, "General Xiang Yu, you don't have to worry. Mingshan province is located at the southern border and needs to be heavily guarded. Naturally, a new army will be established, and you will be the commander of this army." "Yes, thank you for your concern for the southern provinces, Your Highness." Zhuang Yan continued, "Your Highness, I have something to say." "Go ahead, Lord Zhuang." "Since the Congress has been established, the members of the Congress will need a place to stay. In addition, the meeting hall must be worthy of the status of the Congress, so I suggest that half of the Zetian Palace be divided to be the residence of the members of the Congress. In addition, the main hall of the Zetian Palace can be remodeled into the Congress Hall." "What does Your Highness think?" "What did you say?" Lin Muyu's gaze instantly turned cold and she said indifferently, "The Zetian Palace is the residence that the late Emperor, Qin Jin, left for Shaoyin. Are you thinking of stealing it?" "I'm not stealing, I'm just stating the facts. I hope that Lin General can understand." Zhuang Yan was rather capable of keeping his composure. Lin Muyu waved her hand. "Don't even think about it. The Zetian Palace is Xiaoyin's home. No one should even think about getting their hands on it. You'd better find another place to settle down. Don't tell me that the imperial capital can't accommodate 200 people like you." Feng Jixing nodded and said, "The Zetian Palace is the symbol of the Great Qin. No one can even think of touching it." Zhuang Yan furrowed his brows and remained silent. At this moment, Qin Lian cupped her fists and said, "Your Highness, this old subject has a suggestion." Qin Yin nodded happily and said, "Please speak, Imperial Uncle." "This old subject's residence is about 1/3 the size of the Zetian Palace. It's quite spacious. The reception hall can accommodate 200 people after some expansion. In addition, there are hundreds of wing rooms in the backyard. I think it should be enough to accommodate all the members of the Congress. As long as the Ministry of Revenue allocates a small amount of funds, the Congress can be built. Is Imperial Uncle really willing to give up the Zetian Palace?" "Yes." "Good. Permission granted. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness." By the time the court meeting ended, it was already close to dusk. The establishment of the Congress was basically completed. The next step was to establish the first constitution based on the laws of the Great Qin. Everyone walked out of the Zetian Palace. Zhuang Yan, Lu Shiyu, and the other feudal vassals crowded around Qin Lian. To them, Qin Lian was an invincible token. With Qin Lian around, whether it was Qin Yin or Lin Muyu, they would have to give face to the Congress. Moreover, with Qin Lian around, these feudal vassals would be able to escape death no matter how outrageous they were. Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, and the rest of the people walked down the stairs silently. However, Qin Lian brought everyone forward and said, "Lin General." "Oh." Lin Muyu looked up at him and smiled faintly. "Oh, it's you, Chief." Qin Lian sighed and hesitated to speak. After a few seconds, he said, "This isn't what I truly want. I hope that Lin General can understand. As for the affairs of the Congress, I hope that Lin General can pay more attention to them. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle it alone." "Don't worry, Chief. At least Zhuang Yan, Lu Shiyu, Su Changjing, and the other wardens will help you. My task is to manage the military affairs." "In that case." Qin Lian smiled. "Is Lin General planning to separate from me, who is in charge of government affairs and military affairs? If Chief thinks so, so be it." Lin Muyu cupped her fists and smiled. "Actually, I still have to call you uncle. It's getting late, and I have to bring people to the feudal vassal army to select soldiers. Chief, go back and rest early. Ah Yan, take good care of Chief, understand?" Qin Yan was depressed for the entire afternoon. He couldn't help but be dragged into the dispute between the Congress and the Empress. On one side was his father, and on the other side was his cousin and brother. He couldn't control himself and could only cup his fists and said, "Don't worry, big brother. You have to, be careful too." "Ha, don't worry. We're going." "Okay." Lin Muyu looked at Qin Lian again and cupped her fists respectfully. "Chief, I'll take my leave." "Lin General, have a safe trip. I won't send you off." The two of them turned and went in two different directions. At the entrance of the main hall, Qin Yin was dressed in a long robe with Tang Xiaoxi, Terralin, and the others beside her. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the backs of Lin Muyu and Qin Lian with a pair of eyes that were mixed with golden flames. Unknowingly, the power of the nation seemed to have become a contest between Lin Muyu and Qin Lian. Who would have thought that the situation would develop to this point? Terralin's beautiful eyes seemed to see through everything. She said, "Lin Muyu has the disposition of a sovereign and is also a deity king. In addition, he has the Xianyuan sword. As long as he wants to, he can destroy the entire Congress by himself. I really don't know why he has to endure this." Qin Yin bit her red lips and said, "It's precisely because he didn't do this that people respect him, love him, regard him as a hero, and respect him as a commander." Chapter 937. In the middle of the night, the vassal army's camp was filled with people shouting and horses neighing. Torches formed a forest as a large number of soldiers gathered in the drill ground. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood motionlessly in the drill ground. Zhuang Yan had a total of more than 50,000 soldiers, and they were selected in the 3 drill grounds. Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing did not bring many people with them. The Longdan army camp and the imperial army added up to more than 1,000 people. The 2 God State experts did not care about the vassal army's combat power at all. These were just ordinary people. Only when they were equipped with magic crystal cannons and deicide cannons could they be considered as an army with real lethality. Lin Muyu galloped past the periphery of the phalanx, her eyes falling on the soldiers in the phalanx. She had been in the Shattered Cauldron realm for 11 years and fought for 7 years, so she was very good at judging people. Lin Muyu could almost tell whether a person could become an outstanding soldier at a glance. It was the same for Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, and the others. Naturally, the speed of the selection was very fast. On the contrary, Feng Jixing was very meticulous in his selection. He looked like a clever wife and was very serious and meticulous. Until dawn, Lin Muyu selected more than 40,000 people from the 7 vassal armies to join the Longdan army camp. All of them were led by Wei Chou to the Longdan army camp's northern camp. The original camp of the Longdan army camp was still there, and it was enough to accommodate these people. As for the remaining 50,000 soldiers, they could choose slowly. This matter could not be rushed. Even when it was noon, there was still no rest. The flags of the Dragon's Courage barracks in the north of the city were fluttering in the wind. Inside the main tent, Lin Muyu propped up her chin with one hand and actually dozed off. "Lin General." Wei Chou smiled. "Why don't you go back to Zai Tian Hall to sleep? Isn't your room next to Her Highness Yin's?" "No, I probably can't go back for a few days. Xiao Yin is accompanied by Xiao Shi and Terralin. I'll stay in the Longdan army camp." Lin Muyu opened her eyes and said, "Wei Chou, since the recruits are about to arrive, then the next step is to help them get armors and reorganize them. Also, within 3 days, we must prepare for training and quickly raise their battle strength." "Yes, this subordinate understands." "I'm afraid it won't be that easy," said Situ Senior. "Of course it won't be that easy." Lin Muyu smiled. "What do you think, General Sun?" Situ Sun cupped his fists and said, "Lin General, our newly recruited 40,000 people can be said to be divided into 7 groups. Every feudal lord's men are in one group. They are all closely grouped together. Moreover, the 4 captaincy are not on good terms with each other. As for the 40 Kiliarchs, 80 lieutenants, and 400 centurions, almost none of them are loyal to the Longdan army camp. Naturally, they won't be loyal. Most of them are the feudal lord's men. Many of them are even the feudal lord's brothers. Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, and the others are here to divide the Longdan army camp's cohesion. Then what should we do? Asked Su Jiantao with a frown. It's simple. Lin Muyu spread out the list of officers of the Longdan army camp in front of her and said, "Our Longdan army camp used to have 200,000 people. We were invincible when we fought in the south and the north. However, after encountering the strong army of the Tianji Empire, our numbers kept decreasing. Now we only have more than 10,000 people. However, each of these 10,000 people is an elite soldier. Wei Chou, draw up a list. Each veteran general of the Longdan army camp will be promoted by one level. The centurions will be promoted to Kiliarchs, and the Kiliarchs will be promoted to captaincy." Yes, this subordinate understands. In addition, all the new recruits of the 7 groups will be divided into 5 10,000-man battalions. Starting from the centurions, all of them will be the original generals of the Longdan army camp. I only want the new recruits from the feudal lords' armies. They are like unpolished jade waiting for us to carve. As for those generals, they are all old foxes. We don't need them. Situ-sen was stunned. Then how should we deal with these old foxes? Most of them are relatives of the feudal lords. If we don't deal with them properly, I'm afraid the conflict between our military and the Congress will further deepen. Find a suitable excuse. Lin Muyu thought for a while and said, "Don't rush to remove them from their positions. We will start the training tomorrow. These feudal lords and generals don't know the rules of the Longdan army camp. They are used to being unbridled and undisciplined. Arrest them one by one. If they violate the military rules of the empire, no matter how big or small, they will be removed from their positions directly and be sent back to their original army. This way, they will not lose their mouths and the Congress will not have a chance to take advantage of them." Situ-sen smiled. Marshal Lin is wise. I think, you're the one who's really a wily old fox. You're simply too scheming. Lin Muyu glared at him and said, "Don't flatter me. Hurry up and get to work. Tomorrow, the Congress will be drafting the Constitution. I will be there to keep an eye on it. The Longdan army camp will depend on you. How many elite soldiers we can bring out depends on you. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will not let Lin General down." Wei Chou, Su Jiantao, Situ-sen, Situ-shui, Fengshi, and the other generals knelt on one knee. As long as Lin Muyu was there, the soul of the Longdan army camp would be there. As long as these generals were there, the bones of the Longdan army camp would be there. Lin Muyu was now just waiting for the Longdan army camp to become an invincible force again. In this way, they would no longer be controlled by the feudal lords' armies. After all, the one with the strongest fist would have the most weight. This principle had never changed since ancient times. The next day, the golden horizontal board of Prince Yuning's mansion had been replaced by the Parliament House. Countless craftsmen came and went. The reconstruction work was in full swing. The meeting hall could not accommodate 200 people. It could only accommodate 100 people. The other 100 members of the Congress were all holding a meeting outside the hall. They could not even hear the content of the meeting clearly. It was drizzling, but none of the members were willing to leave. They held the meeting in the rain. Obviously, they were not willing to give up this opportunity to rise to the top of the empire. Once they lost this opportunity, they did not know when they would get it again. In the morning, the rudimentary constitution of the empire was finalized. The most important part was about the division of fiefs and the reward of new titles. Around the round table, the 10 deacons of the Congress listened quietly. Lin Muyu was whispering to Tang Xiaoxi. He was actually not interested in the specific constitution of the Congress. Naturally, Tang Xiaoxi was even less interested. However, when the topic of fiefs was mentioned, the two of them immediately listened carefully. After all, this would affect the future of the empire. It could not be ignored. Zhuang Yan slapped the table and said, "As for fiefs, we will still follow the principle of the people ruling the world together. I think the smaller the fiefs, the better. It is very important to redivide the land. All the lands of the nobles must be divided. Half of it will be given to the Congress. The Congress will hire farmers to farm and collect a certain amount of rent. The rent will be used to support the Congress." "No." Feng Jixing frowned and said, "In this way, the entire Congress will become a big noble family, the biggest vassal of the empire. How can they talk about the people ruling the world together? They are obviously abusing their power for personal gain." Zhuang Yan's face was a bit ugly. Obviously, Feng Jixing was right. Who in the Congress would really want the people to rule the world together? It was just a nice way to put it. In fact, they just wanted to get more of the cake for themselves. Lu Xiu said, "General, what do you think?" Qin Shao said, "Dividing half of the land of the nobles to the Congress is indeed a bit too much. How about dividing 30%? At this time, Lin Muyu said, "I think dividing 10% is at most. How can the Congress have so many people to feed? Giving more benefits to the farmers will make them more active. It is more important to hand over the grain to the various states and counties and turn it into military food." Qin Shao laughed. "Lin General is always the most concerned about military affairs." Lin Muyu said seriously, "Although the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire were defeated, it doesn't mean they won't come again. On the contrary, I think if we continue to waste time on this kind of division of land, the more likely the celestial pole continent will launch the next attack." Zhuang Yan smiled and said, "The 400,000 troops of the Tianji Empire were almost wiped out by us. The 300,000 troops of the Blackstone Empire only less than 50,000 returned. We have 400,000 troops of the feudal lords and 400,000 regular troops of the empire. Zhuang Yan, may I ask, if the Tianji Empire wants to launch another expedition, what will they use to fight against us?" Lin Muyu stood up, her eyes full of contempt. "Zhuang Yan, have you fought with the main force of the Tianji Empire?" No. Then what gives you the right to talk nonsense here?" Lin Muyu's palm landed heavily on the table, causing everyone's teacups to fly. Her voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. "Forgive me for being blunt, the 700,000 feudal lords may not even be able to defeat the 100,000 regular troops of the Tianji Empire. Everyone, don't be complacent all day long. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you think about how to strengthen the army? If the army of the celestial pole continent attacks again, what you have now will disappear." The feudal lords were dumbfounded. No one expected Lin Muyu to fly off the handle in public. "Lin General, calm down." Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. Lin Muyu also suddenly felt that what she had said was a little inappropriate. She said respectfully, "General, I misspoke just now. I hope you don't mind. I won't participate in the afternoon meeting. The commanders of the Empire's army are discussing military affairs in Zetian Palace." "Okay, Lin General, go do what you have to do. I will take charge of the Congress." "Yes." In the afternoon, in Zetian Palace, Qin Yin was listening to the military affairs meeting regarding the reconstruction of the Empire's army. All the commanders of the army attended the meeting. The group of generals all sat up straight and looked at the scroll in Lin Muyu's hand with burning eyes. What was written on it was very important. It was related to the future combat power of each army. "Can we start?" Lin Muyu looked up. Everyone said in unison, "Lin General, make the announcement." "Okay." Lin Muyu nodded and said, "After discussion with Shao Yin, we have decided to keep the Empire's 10 army divisions. Among them, the Longdan Army Camp will have 100,000 soldiers, the Imperial Army will have 80,000 soldiers, the Iron Blade Army will have 50,000 soldiers, the God Might Battalion will have 30,000 soldiers, the Qin Dragon Army will have 20,000 soldiers, the National Garrison Army will have 30,000 soldiers, the Kanglan Army will have 10,000 soldiers, The 7 navies will have 30,000 soldiers, the Tsangnan army will have 50,000 soldiers, and the Ming Shan army will have 50,000 soldiers. There will be a total of 10 army divisions. If the demon army in the Tongtian Gorge is added, it will be 11. We will do our best to replenish the numbers after drawing troops. Does anyone have any objections? Yes. In the crowd, Tang Zhen, the commander of the National Garrison Army, stood up and cupped his fists. Lin General, the defense of the empire's border is empty. There are no troops stationed in Lingdong province, and it has been repeatedly robbed by the Blackstone Empire's mercenary corps. Which army should we send to Winterfrost City? Chapter 938. It's not just Lingdong province that needs a garrison. All 12 provinces need one. Lin Muyu slowly sat beside Qin Yin and looked up at the crowd. But the nation has just been established, and the 300,000 soldiers assigned by the feudal lords are still in training. We need time. Xiang Yu said, not only do we need to establish a new army, but we also need to guard against the feudal lords. They still have 400,000 soldiers outside Lanyan City, and Zhuang Yan and the others are gradually taking control of the nation. Even Chief Qin Yong may not be able to control them. The nation will become a big problem sooner or later. Your Highness, don't you think we should stop it? Qin Yin said faintly, I want more people to die, so I don't want to take unnecessary measures. I have handed over all military affairs to you. All of you just need to listen to Yu's arrangements. Yes. Xiang Yu nodded, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Feng Jixing asked, Yu, do you have any ideas? Lin Muyu shook her head, there's no good way. The Great Qin Empire has been at war for 11 years, and our national strength is almost depleted. We need money to raise and recruit soldiers, and the armies of the feudal lords are not willing to follow our orders. So, we can only send our generals to the various provinces to appease the people and recruit soldiers. He said sincerely, the empire can't give you more manpower. We can only give you the Empress's decree and my appointment order. Tang Zhen said respectfully, Lin General, just give the order. We are all waiting to serve the empire. Yes. Lin Muyu thought for a while and said, the demon subduing pass is located in the west. The demons and the tribes of the barbarian land have disputes. Therefore, Commander Tang Zhen, you must organize 30,000 soldiers and return to the demon subduing pass within 3 days. You need to guard there. Yes, Your Highness. Tang Zhen cupped his hands and smiled at Tang Xiaoxi. Another member of the Tang family was leaving Lanyan City. Lin Muyu continued, Qin Yong will be the commander of the new Iron Blade Army. Organize 50,000 soldiers in 3 days and return to Yunzhong province to guard Muyu City. Understood. Qin Yong cupped his fists. Lin Muyu glanced at the crowd and continued, Aunt Lian, you should stay in Lanyan City and send the Zither Dragon Army to Tianshu province to guard it. Su, nodded. The Divine Might Battalion will be rebuilt with 20,000 men under the command of Divine Marquis Zheng Yifan. They will head to the Lingdong province to guard it. Chen Xiaoli will lead 37,000 naval troops back to Qihai province to defend. Su Jiantao and Xiang Yu will each lead 50,000 men back to Wugu City and Shangyang City to defend. That's all. Yes. The 4 commanders cupped their fists. Zheng Yifan slowly put down the teacup in his hand and sighed. Divine Marquis, what's wrong? Lin Muyu saw through him. Zheng Yifan sighed and said, the Congress is basically under the control of Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, and the others. They have caused the capital to be in a precarious situation. Lin General, you have sent most of the imperial forces to defend the borders. Once the Congress rises in revolt, I'm afraid that the Longdan army camp and the Imperial Guard will not be able to withstand the 400,000 troops of the vassal army. Su Jiantao also cupped his fists and said, Yes, Lin General, please reconsider. We are willing to defend Lanyan City with you. Tang Zhen and Chen Xiaoli also cupped their fists and said, Yes, Lin General, if we all leave, who will help you if there are any changes? Tang Xiaoxi said faintly, the regular armies of the empire are like birds of a feather, but the people in the Congress may not think so. Mu, you really should reconsider. Lin Muyu was slightly moved and said, Lin Muyu, appreciate your kindness, but all the major provinces of the empire need you. I can only be at ease if these provinces are under your control. Only then can Her Highness be at ease. You are not far away from Lanyan City, you are running errands for it. As for the Congress, I believe they won't be able to do anything. General Feng and I are enough. Tang Xiaoxi said, yes, I will also stay in the capital. Tang Zhen frowned and said, then. Commander and Princess Shi, please take care of yourselves. Su Jiantao, Qin Xiaoli, Qin Yong, and the others stood up and cupped their fists. Please take care of yourselves, Her Highness. Please take care of yourselves, Lin General. Once the capital needs you, we will definitely bring thousands of troops and horses to you. Lin Muyu nodded happily. Yes, that's what I want you to say. Go back to your fiefs and don't come back to see me if you don't bring me an iron army. Yes. The meeting of the Empire's army was much simpler than the meeting of the Congress. In the afternoon, all the major armies went to the Ministry of War to collect additional soldiers and got busy. Time passed. 3 days later, the Iron Blade Army, the National Garrison Army, and the Divine Might Battalion left Lanyan City one by one. Tang Zhen, Zheng Yifan, Xiang Yu, and other important officials of the empire also left one after another. It was as if the entire capital was left with the huge Congress. 2 days later, the constitution was drafted and approved by Qin Yin personally. On the third day, the Congress Assembly. Lin Muyu, Tang Xiaoxi, Feng Jixing, Wei Chou, and Su Yu attended the Congress together. Everyone had received some news about the army of the Congress, but no one said it out loud, so they could only wait quietly. Everyone, please be quiet. After many days of recuperation, Qin Lian's complexion was much better. With a single order, the noisy Congress Assembly naturally quieted down. Qin Lian paused and said, Lord Zhuang Yan, you can now announce the proposal of the Congress Army. Yes, Commander. Zhuang Yan nodded respectfully, then walked to the center of the huge conference table with a scroll in his hand. He bowed to everyone and said, as everyone knows, there is a continent in the sky outside of our eastern coast. It is divided into the Tianji Empire, the Celestial Empire, and the Blackstone Empire. Although the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire were defeated by the Great Qin Empire, a centipede is still alive. Recently, we have received news that the Tianji Empire and the Celestial Empire are ready to make a move. Therefore, the Congress has decided to gather the armies of the feudal lords and establish the Congress Army. The plan is to have more than 400,000 soldiers. A 400,000 soldier army? Lin Muyu frowned and said, I have never heard of an army reaching 400,000 soldiers. The empire already has 11 regular armies, and the capital has the protection of the Imperial Guard and the Dragon's Courage Legion. In my opinion, there is no need to establish the Congress Army. The empire is exhausted and the people have no way to make a living. How would there be enough food and resources to support such a large army? Lin General's words are incorrect. Zhuang Yan smiled faintly. As the highest authority of the Great Qin Empire, how could there not be an army to maintain the existence of the Congress? Moreover, the Congress Army is actually an army to maintain the fairness and execution of the Constitution. It has great value in existence. It can be said that only with the establishment of the Congress Army can the Constitution be smoothly implemented. Lin General is also someone who understands politics, so you should understand this logic, right? Lin Muyu looked at him coldly and said, I am the highest commander of the empire's military. It will only be established if I say it can be established. Otherwise, I will never approve of the establishment of the Congress Army. I don't need your approval. Zhuang Yan smiled and said, Article 3 of the empire's constitution has already stipulated that the establishment of a new army only requires the approval of the Congress and the signature of the Empress. Moreover, if the Congress Army is not established, the 400,000 soldiers outside Lanyan City will have nowhere to go. If they become bandits or refugees, it will be disadvantageous to the people. What do you think, Lin General? Feng Jixing said angrily. Zhuang Yan, aren't you being too overbearing? Zhuang Yan cupped his hands and said, General Feng, I am merely exercising the power of the Congress Army according to the law. If General Feng feels that it is inappropriate, you can raise an objection to the chief or Her Highness. With that, Zhuang Yan raised his head and said to the people in the Congress, Now, let's vote on whether the Congress Army can be established and implemented. Please vote. I object. Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Wei Chou raised their hands almost at the same time. Soon after, Tang Xiaoxi and Siyu also expressed their objection. Half of the 10 great attendants had already objected. However, the other 5 were all Zhuang Yan's men and expressed their approval in unison. Zhuang Yan then looked at Qin Lian and said respectfully, Chief, your opinion is of utmost importance. Qin Lian seemed a little tired. She waved her hand and said, Pass it. Submit the decision to Her Highness. As long as Her Highness approves, this decision will be considered passed. Yes. In the hall, more than half of the parliament members raised their hands in approval. Most of them were feudal vassals, so how could they not agree to the establishment of the Congress Army? For them, this would only be beneficial. After all, the original feudal vassal army was just a motley crew without any formal organization, let alone obtaining equipment, weapons, and rations from the empire. After the meeting, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and the others walked side by side. All of them looked unhappy. Xiao Yin will definitely not sign it. Tang Xiaoxi pouted and said. Not necessarily, Feng Jixing said. Why? Tang Xiaoxi asked. Su'er said, because Xiao Yin is under too much pressure. The feudal vassals are overbearing. If we don't agree to the establishment of the Congress Army, I'm afraid they will exert more pressure and continuously deprive the Empress of her original power. What do you think? Lin Muyu was silent for a few seconds before saying, if we really can't stop them, then don't stop them. If they want to establish the Congress Army, then so be it. Feng Jixing hurriedly asked, have you given up too? No. Lin Muyu said, I've thought about it. The 400,000 feudal vassal army is a motley crew, but after the reconstruction of the Congress Army, it will be trained uniformly. Perhaps it will really have combat power. Once the celestial pole continent invades again, this Congress Army will also become a force for us to resist the strong enemy, right? Then, do you want to convince Her Highness to sign it? It's not a matter of whether I can convince her or not, but Xiao Yin will sign it. Lin Muyu frowned and said, from our point of view, the establishment of the Congress Army will have a certain impact on our regular army. However, to Xiao Yin, the establishment of the Congress Army isn't a bad thing. If Xiao Yin is a wise ruler, she will agree. Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, and the others have ulterior motives. Don't think too optimistically. I know, but there's nothing we can do about it. Lin Muyu smiled helplessly. At this moment, she felt that she, the marshal of the empire, had become a stumbling block for the advancement of civilization. However, who could say for sure what would happen in this world? Chapter 939. In the quiet autumn night of Zetian Palace, a cool breeze was blowing. The maple leaves in the courtyard were scattered all over the ground, making rustling sounds as they rolled along with the wind. The lights in the Phoenix Perching Palace were also swaying along with the gentle breeze. 8 maids stood respectfully at the side. Shangguan Jingyue was holding the scroll presented by the parliament and said, Your Highness, have you decided? Qin Yin knelt on the rusted golden carpet. Her palm was enshrouded in light. It seemed that the divine power of light had increased a little. She took a deep breath and opened her flaming eyes a little. She said, Brother Yu, what do you think? Lin Muyu sat by the warm stove with a plate full of grapes in her hand. She said, It's up to you. You're the marshal. You're the one who decides the new legion. No, it's not an ordinary legion. It's the Imperial Army. Lin Muyu spat the grape seeds into the plate and said, once the imperial army is established, the supreme commander will not be me. It will be directly commanded by the president of the Congress. So, it's better to ask President Qin Lian about this. It doesn't have much to do with me. Is the imperial army really established to defend the dignity of the constitution? Qin Yin said faintly. At least that's what they say. Lin Muyu smiled faintly. But who knows? Xiao Yin, you decide for yourself. Whether you agree or disagree, I'll support you. In fact, we don't have to worry too much. Even if the imperial army is established, it won't make much of a difference. The warhorses, weapons, magic crystal cannons, and magic crystal crossbows of the Ministry of War have to be signed by me. Even if the imperial army is established, I won't approve the magic crystal cannons. I think the elites of the Longdan army camp will be enough to destroy the 400,000 soldiers of the imperial army. Then, I'll approve it. Qin Yin said, it's not a good idea to keep the 400,000 soldiers outside the city. They'll threaten the safety of Lanyan City at any time. Yes, that's what I think too. Lin Muyu cupped her fists and said, Xiao Yin, I have another request. Qin Yin narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at him. She put her hand on Lin Muyu's clenched fist and said with a gentle smile, don't be so polite to me. There are only you and me here. Shangguan Jingyue turned around and pretended that she didn't exist. Lin Muyu loosened her grip and wrapped her arms around Qin Yin's slender waist. I want to appoint a new Minister of War. I want Wei Chou to be in charge of the Ministry of War and Qin Xiling to be in charge of the Weapons Department. I want the entire imperial military under my control. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll target me as soon as the imperial army is established. Yes, I approve. Qin Yin chuckled. The next morning, during the morning court session, the Empress's court session didn't conflict with the imperial army. Those who attended the court session were all important officials from the 6 ministries and 3 departments. Outside Zetian Palace Hall, Wei Chou, Zhang Wei, and the other generals unsheathed their swords and hung them on the sword rack outside the hall. They removed their boots and were inspected by the imperial guards before they could enter the hall. This was a rule that had been in place for thousands of years. However, Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing were allowed to bring weapons into the hall. This was a special pardon from the Empress. Lin Muyu placed her hand on the hilt of the Xianyuan sword and waited for Wei Chou, Situ Sun, and the others to complete the inspection before they entered the hall together. Not long after, a group of people from the imperial army arrived with Chief Qin Lian. Situ Sun, Wei Chou, Zhang Wei, Luo Yu, and the others exchanged glances with Salam, Su Changjing, and Zhou Heng. The entire Great Qin court session had been divided into 2 factions. The Empress was on one side while Chief Qin Lian was on the other. The court session shall begin. The attendant's voice was drawn out. Under the protection of Tang Xiaoxi and Terralin, Qin Yin sat on the throne and waved her hand. Shangguan Jingyue stepped forward and announced, Chief, Her Highness has approved the proposal to establish the imperial army. Qin Lian nodded. Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, and the others knelt down excitedly. Thank you, Your Highness, for your approval. Shangguan Jingyue smiled and said, however, Her Highness has decided to promote the former Duke of Wei, Wei Chou, to be the Minister of War and Qin Xiling to be the Chief of the Department of Weapons. Ah! Zhuang Yan was taken aback and said, the Minister of War is such an important position. The appointment of the candidate should be approved by the imperial army before it can take effect. This is one of the provisions of the Constitution. Your Highness, please consider it. Qin Yin said faintly, I approve the establishment of the imperial army and the imperial army approved my decision. Isn't this fair? I'm the Empress. Do I have to seek your approval for the appointment of the Minister of War? Zhuang Yan was stunned and said, but Your Highness, this matter is very important. If it isn't approved by the imperial army, before he finished his sentence, Qin Yin suddenly disappeared from the throne and appeared in front of Zhuang Yan in the next moment. A sharp sword was pressed against Zhuang Yan's neck. Blood flowed down along the edge of the star's sword. Qin Yin slowly opened her flaming eyes and said in an unusually cold voice, "I'm the Empress. I have the final say in this world. Zhuang Yan, go and play your Imperial Army's game. Don't be so shameless. If you force me again, I guarantee that everyone in the Imperial Army will evaporate from this world." "Your Highness, I..." Zhuang Yan's voice trembled. "Pay attention to the way you address yourself." Qin Yin said faintly, "Say it again." Zhuang Yan knelt down with a thud and said, "Your Highness, I know my mistake." Qin Yin nodded and turned around to fly up the throne. She looked disdainfully and said faintly, "From today onwards, the members of the Imperial Army don't have to participate in the court meetings of Zetian Palace." Everyone was trembling with fear. Only Qin Lian held the jade tablet in her hand and said respectfully, "Your Highness, there are many things waiting to be done in the Empire. The Imperial Army is also thinking of the Empire's long-term stability. I hope that Your Highness will not misunderstand. As the Chief of the Imperial Army, I'm also Your Highness's subordinate. Of course, I know what I'm doing. Your Highness, please think clearly. The Imperial Army definitely has no intention of disobeying." "I know. Don't worry too much, Imperial Uncle." Qin Yin nodded and said, "Then, regarding the matter of the Minister of War and the Chief of Weapons, it's decided. In addition, after the establishment of the Imperial Army, it must obey Marshal Lin Muyu's orders." Su Changjing hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Please be careful, Your Highness. The establishment of the Imperial Army is to defend the dignity of the Constitution. It's not a private army. I suggest that the Tiger Tally for the mobilization of the Imperial Army be split into two. The Chief will have one, and Your Highness will have one. Only when both Tiger Tally are present can the Imperial Army be mobilized. This way, the Imperial Army can also be ensured." Qin Lian cupped her fists and said, "I agree." Qin Yin seemed a little tired and said, "Yes, it's approved." Qin Lian continued, "The initial establishment of the Imperial Army is 400,000 people. It can be said to be the most powerful army in the empire. So, the demand for weapons, equipment, and war horses is very high. Your Highness, I have drawn up some choices and hope that the Minister of War can approve them." The corner of Qin Yin's mouth rose. "Master Wei Chou, I'll leave this matter to you. Chief, you can read out the details of your list in public." "Yes." Qin Lian said, 200,000 pieces of armor, 50,000 war horses, 300,000 swords, 100,000 spears, 10,000 arrow boxes, 5,000 magic crystal cannons, 20,000 magic crystal crossbows, and 100,000 magic crystal cannons. I hope Master Wei can prepare these equipment in time." Wei Chou couldn't help but laugh. "Master Wei Chou, what are you laughing at?" Zhuang Yan asked. "I'm laughing that the chief doesn't know what year it is." "Wei Chou, how dare you?" Zhuang Yan scolded. Wei Chou said coldly, "I think this list wasn't chosen by the chief, but by Zhuang Yan himself. You want so many weapons, do you really think the supplies in the Imperial Army are endless? 100,000 magic crystal cannons, do you think magic crystals grow out of the ground? Let me tell you, magic crystals were originally obtained from recasting magic crystal coins taken from the demons. But these years, we almost blew up all the magic crystal coins. If you want more magic crystals, you have to go deep into the mountains like the dragon-seeking forest to dig. Only the corpses of ancient monsters can condense magic crystals. I don't need to say how precious magic crystals are. The Imperial Army wants 100,000 cannons, but we don't have one, not even one." Qin Lian frowned and said, "Master Wei Chou, don't be angry. Maybe this list is really inappropriate. I think, why don't we change it to 1,000 magic crystal cannons and 10,000 cannons? Also no." Wei Chou said proudly, "Magic crystal cannons are used to deal with foreign races. They will only be distributed to the major armies during times of war, so there definitely won't be any now." "But..." Zhuang Yan laughed coldly. But the Longdan army camp and the Imperial army are clearly equipped with magic crystal cannons and magic crystal crossbows. Why? Is the Imperial army not the Imperial army? Who is the highest commander of the Imperial army? Wei Chou asked. Naturally, the chief. Zhuang Yan cupped his hands at Qin Lian, his respect evident in his words. Wei Chou laughed. That's enough. The highest commander of the Imperial army is actually not the Imperial Marshal, but a chief. Can this kind of army still be considered the Imperial army? Since Her Highness has appointed me, Wei Chou, as the Minister of War, I naturally have to carefully consider this matter. Unless the Imperial army is directly under Lin General's command, don't even think about getting any magic crystal cannons from me. As he said this, Wei Chou looked at the assistant ministers of the Ministry of War and said, remember, strictly inspect all the weapons in the Empire. Any magic crystal cannons that are not registered will be deemed illegal and will be severely punished. All magic crystal cannons must be numbered and strictly inspected. Do you all understand? Yes, Master. Zhuang Yan, Su Changjing, and the others were so angry that they trembled. Who was Wei Chou? He was a famous general who had experienced hundreds of battles. He didn't give Chief Qin any face at all. Feng Jixing was grinning from ear to ear at the side. No wonder Lin Muyu didn't seem to care. Everything had already been arranged. It would be strange if Wei Chou hadn't personally taught him these words. At this moment, Qin Lian said in a low voice, Minister of War, Master Wei Chou, then, after the Imperial army is established, how many weapons and equipment will the Ministry of War distribute to us? Wei Chou muttered, 500 warhorses, 5,000 sets of armor, 10,000 swords, and 8,000 spears. Will Chief take a look at these? After all, the Empire has just gone through a war and lacks resources. You see, even the warhorses for Her Highness Yin's carriage can't be of the same color. How can the Imperial army be too extravagant? Qin Lian took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, then so be it. I will think of a way to deal with the weapons of the Imperial army. Thank you, Minister of War. When will the equipment and warhorses be delivered? Wei Chou also took a deep breath and said, in 6 months. Chapter 940. In the Heaven Pole continent, it had been peaceful for nearly a month. There was no war between the three empires, but more and more troops were gathering at the border, so that the Celestial Empire stationed millions of troops outside the Forest of No Return, which made the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire tremble with fear and sleepless. At night, the roars of beasts could be heard in the silent night sky. Not only were there wild beasts in the Forest of No Return, but there were also the habitat of the Demon Spirit clan. Even the legendary demon Emperor Nusslayer lived in this forest. This was also one of the reasons why the Celestial Empire had not invaded the border. In a camp of white tents, the royal flag was fluttering. In the central tent, Qin Yu invited the officials to a banquet. However, he did not use wine, but tea. Teacups brimming with a faint fragrance were placed on the table in front of the officials, and Qin Yu personally poured tea for each cup on the plate. The officials watched dumbfoundedly, no one saying anything. Ever since Qin Yu, the new emperor, ascended the throne, he had always been so unfathomable. Fuli tea can clear the heart and clear the eyes, and it can also keep people calm, so that they won't lose their minds in the face of major issues. Qin Yu said slowly, I think all of you must want to ask why I'm entertaining you with tea. There's no other reason. Good wine can inspire people and unite them, but it can also make people drunk and lose their fighting spirit. At this moment, if we can't maintain our calm, we'll definitely end up with the destruction of our country and the destruction of our families. Dongqin Wang squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Your Majesty is right. Liao Yang, who was wearing a soft armor, also picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, Your Majesty's tea is really memorable. I admire you. At this time, a strong general with a face full of beard cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the 400,000 soldiers of the Tianji Empire suffered a tragic defeat in the Shattered Cauldron world. Only less than 8,000 people returned to the mainland, and the rest have been killed or captured. Now, the Tianji Empire only has the Yanji Corps and the Lanji Corps led by General Zhang Cheng. Even Marshal Bai Minghuan was killed by Lin Muyu of the Shattered Cauldron World. What does the Tianji Empire fear now? Oh. Chen Yu looked up and said with a smile, Lord Zhou Binlong, the commander of the Earth's End Corps. You're right, the Tianji Empire was indeed defeated in the Shattered Cauldron realm, but you're wrong about one thing. Their strength hasn't been weakened too much. The Yanji Corps and the Lanji Corps still have at least 500,000 people, and with the newly recruited corps, they have at least 700,000 soldiers. Although Bai Minghuan is dead, they have gained a 90 Heavens Radiant Angel Midnight, as well as the Battle Angel Dora, who holds the Dagger of Time. If we declare war on the Tianji Empire, it will force Sikong Ming's Tianji sect to join the war. Once they join forces with the Demon Emperor Nu Sha from the Forest of No Return, I'm afraid the situation will change drastically, and the Celestial Empire will be at a disadvantage. Zhou Binlong was taken aback. Your Majesty, are we supposed to wait here bitterly? An army of 1 million people consumes a huge amount of food every day, and transporting food is laborious and laborious. At least 3 million people have to transport food every day. If this goes on, the strength of our country will be completely exhausted by this unfought war. I know. Commander Zhou, please sit down. Chen Yu raised his hand. Following his gesture, Zhou Binlong slowly sat down. Sect Master Han Yuan, what do you think? Chen Yu looked at Han Yuan, who had been silent all this while. Han Yuan's cultivation was profound. He just smiled faintly and said, I don't know much about the military affairs of the country. Your Majesty, you can decide on your own. There's no need to ask me. If you need my Tianji sect, I will do my best to help. Okay, thank you, Lord. Chen Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Then he looked at Dongqing Wang and asked, what do you think? Dongqing Wang was the supreme commander of the 300,000 Tianji army and the most knowledgeable person in the Celestial Empire in the art of war. Naturally, he had to ask him in the end. Hey, Dongqing Wang gave a hollow laugh, stroked his beard and said, Your Majesty, the situation at this time has been completely reversed. The focus of the war of the Tianji Empire has completely shifted from the Shattered Tripod World to the Celestial Pole Continent. As long as we attack the Blackstone Empire, Zhang Cheng will definitely take advantage of the situation and attack us. So, I think if we want to fight, we can only attack the Tianji Empire, and let the Blackstone Empire be in chaos. It is said that the mercenaries near the capital of the Blackstone Empire are in chaos. Emperor Shi Yuan has a headache solving the problem of the mercenaries, so he can't manage the border at all. Well, it makes sense. Then what? Compared with the army of the Tianji Empire, some of our troops are weak, and some are strong. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Dongqing Wang, please say it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dongqing Wang cupped his hands to salute and continued, the first weakness of our army is that it is too messy and lacks training. Besides, our Celestial Empire hasn't experienced a real war for too many years, so I'm afraid the soldiers will not be able to adapt to it. The second weakness is that our equipment is far inferior to that of our opponent. The craftsmen of the Tianji Empire are dexterous and can cast fine steel swords, but most of the common weapons of our army are made of iron, and some subordinate armies even use bronze weapons, which are vulnerable on the battlefield. The third weakness is that our food reserves are far less than that of the Tianji Empire. Although our country is vast, the area of cultivated land is not as large as that of the Tianji Empire. In addition, the number of our army is far greater than that of the Tianji Empire. If we fight a war of attrition, we will be exhausted. Chen Yu frowned. The weaknesses listed by Dongqing Wang were like sharp knives stabbing his heart. He nodded and said, what he said is right. So, if our country goes to war with the Tianji Empire, won't we lose? Dongqing Wang shook his head and smiled. Not so. We still have a few advantages. Please say it. The first advantage is the dragon riders. According to our intelligence, the Tianji Empire suffered a crushing defeat in the battle with the Qin Empire in the Shattered Tripod World. Nearly 200 dragon riders were killed in the blink of an eye. Now, the Tianji Empire only has 50 dragon riders at most. Thousands of years of cultivation in their dragon nest has almost been destroyed. On the other hand, we have more than 400 dragon riders in the Tianji Empire, which is enough to conquer the world. The second advantage is the will of the people. The Tianji Empire launched an expedition to the shattered tripod world, but it failed miserably. The people in the country are angry and bandits are rampant. Baiming Yuan not only has to deal with us, but also has to divide his troops to suppress the bandits and rebels. So, although his troops are elite, he will be far less than us in number. The third advantage is internal strife. Yes, the radiant angel Zai is strong, but he is also arrogant and condescending. He thinks he is an angel sent from the heaven realm, so he will not take Baiming Yuan, the emperor with low cultivation, seriously. No one knows whether it is Baiming Yuan or Zai who has the final say in the Tianji Empire. When the time comes, the Tianji Empire will naturally fall into internal strife. As he spoke, Dongqing Wang paused, and a proud smile appeared in his eyes. Although our army has 3 major weaknesses, we also have 3 major advantages. As long as we can persuade the Demon Spirit clan to help us, we will naturally be able to destroy the Tianji Empire. Destroy the Tianji Empire? Chen Yu suddenly smiled. What? Don't you want to destroy the Tianji Empire, Your Majesty? Dongqing Wang was stunned. Of course I want to, but I can't yet. Chen Yu squinted and said, the Tianji Empire has deep roots and flourishing leaves. How can it be destroyed in 2 or 3 years? Moreover, the Tianji sect has not taken any action yet. Once Xikong Ming takes action, who can predict the outcome? Besides, Dongqing Wang, you are very clear. Don't you think our strongest enemy is no longer the Tianji Empire? Dongqing Wang was stunned. Not the Tianji Empire? Then who is it? Chen Yu held up the teacup, raised it to the west, and said with a smile, our friends in the west. Your Majesty, you mean, the Qin Empire in the shattered tripod world? Yes. Chen Yu's face turned cold, and he said, the Qin Empire can defeat the joint expeditionary forces of the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire, and kill Bailey Qin, Baiming Huan, Han Shu, and others. In terms of strategy and force, which one of them is not better than the Tianji Empire? Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, Su Jiantao, and Wei Chou are all extraordinary generals. I really don't know whether it is our celestial empire's fortune or misfortune to have such friends. Dongqing Wang nodded and thought for a while, and then said, I thought Your Majesty and Lin Muyu are bosom friends, and you have already treated each other with sincerity. That was then, and this is now. Chen Yu said, in the past, it was Lin Muyu who needed our celestial empire to contain the 2 empires. Now, Lin Muyu has unified the shattered tripod world. No one knows what he is thinking. Will he be willing to divide the world with me, one in the east, and the other in the west? Or will he send troops to the east to seize the world of our celestial pole continent? Dongqing Wang said, according to Your Majesty's understanding of him, what kind of person is he? Chen Yu smiled faintly, and said to himself, he is as calm as a cold pond, and as active as a torrent. He is strategic and ambitious. No one knows what kind of person Lin Muyu is. If he is only willing to be the king of a region, that's fine. But if Lin Muyu has the world in his mind, it will be a disaster for the whole celestial pole continent. We have to guard against him. Well, I understand. At this moment, Liao Yang suddenly smiled. I think, Your Majesty doesn't have to be so nervous. Why? Chen Yu was stunned. Liao Yang said, according to our latest intelligence, Lin Muyu previously issued an edict that allowed local officials to recruit troops and recover cities on their own. This edict caused more than 100 feudal vassals to appear in the 12 provinces of the Qin Empire, with a total of 700,000 to 800,000 troops. However, these feudal vassals were unwilling to be controlled by Lin Muyu, so they established a national army and even tried to establish a national army to contend against the 100,000 regular troops controlled by Lin Muyu. Now, Lin Muyu has already been forced to strip off his title as the Qin king and demoted to a mere commander. Moreover, even the power of Empress Qin Yin has been divided quite a bit, so, the current Lin Muyu should be too busy to take care of himself, so how can he counterattack our celestial pole continent? Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. He slapped his thigh and said, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Every family has its own difficulties. I didn't expect that the wise and decisive Lin Muyu would also be so deeply mired in a quagmire. That's great. In this way, we can rush to unify the whole celestial pole continent before Lin Muyu escapes from the quagmire, and we will reign supreme." Yes. Chen Yu looked at Han Yuan and said, "I have decided to go see the Demon Emperor Nushi. I hope that sect master will accompany me to make sure everything is safe." Han Yuan cupped his hands. "As you command." Chapter 941. In the forest of no return, the leaves were luxuriant and the moonlight was bright. There was a faint fragrance of fruits in the beautiful wilderness. In late autumn, all the fruits in the forest had ripened. However, at this moment, a heavenly song was floating in the air. There are spirits in the mountains and demons on the ground. Rain falls from the sky and springs on the ground. Gather my race and enjoy the sun and the moon. Kill all the alien races and protect the universe. It was the voice of the Demon Emperor, Nushi. In the forest, the sound of footsteps was getting louder. Chen Yu changed into a soft armor and cloak. Under the protection of Han Yuan, Liao Yang, and the other cultivators, he slowly approached the high cliff in the distance. They did not fly as a sign of respect to the Demon Emperor, Nushi. In the sky beside him, there were a few Demon King-level demons flying around at a moderate distance. They looked like guards and surveillance at the same time. After a while, when Chen Yu and the rest stepped onto the high cliff, a piercingly cold wind suddenly blew. It was the sound wave attack of the Demon Emperor, Nushi. "Your Majesty, be careful." Han Yuan instantly moved in front of Chen Yu. He opened his sleeves and an invisible wall condensed in front of him, easily dispersing the attack of the Demon Emperor. He slowly cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "The sacred martial emperor of the Celestial Empire, Chen Yu, and the sect leader of the Tianjue sect, Han Yuan, seek an audience with the Demon Emperor, Nushi." On the cliff, a graceful figure floated out while hugging a pipa. It was the Demon Empress, Nushi. She was as beautiful as ever. Under the moonlight, her graceful figure was extremely enchanting. The corners of her mouth curled up as she said with a faint smile, "The Demon Spirit Clan and the Heavenly Jew Empire have always minded our own business. I wonder what business you have with my forest of no return." Chen Yu said respectfully, "There is a strange phenomenon in the sky, and the universe has reversed. The war in the mortal world is imminent. There will definitely be a war between the Celestial Empire and the Tianji Empire. The Celestial Empire has always respected the Demon Spirit Clan. Therefore, Chen Yu has come to the Forest of No Return to ask for an alliance with the Demon Spirit Clan to resist the atrocities of the Tianji Empire." Covenant. Demon Emperor Nushi slowly descended, followed by a few demon kings behind her. She smiled and said, "I think your Majesty Chen Yu must have misunderstood. Our demon spirit race will not participate in any war. Even if we participate in a war, it will definitely be for the dignity of the demon spirit race. I, Nushi, will not allow my clansmen to die for others. Therefore, your Majesty Chen Yu, please return. Your Majesty, please listen to me." Chen Yu continued to cup his fists and said unwillingly, "The demon spirit race has always been seen as a thorn in the side by the three empires. Everyone has the right to kill them. However, there are many people who use the demon spirit stone as a catalyst for cultivation. As long as your Majesty helps me defeat the Tianji Empire, when I, Chen Yu, descend to the world, I will definitely pardon all the demon spirits in the world. I will allow the demon spirits to share the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers with humans. What do you think?" Nushi couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that even the two towering peaks on her chest were jiggling up and down. People couldn't help but take a few more glances. She covered her mouth and laughed, the demon spirits are born in the forest. This world has always been our home. Why do we need to rely on humans? I think Your Majesty Qin, you must have misunderstood. The demon spirits don't want to rely on anyone. Moreover, you said that you will grant us a place to live under the sovereign descent, but I don't believe you. Qin Yu's face turned pale. What do you mean? Nushi stretched out her jade-like finger and lightly poked Qin Yu's chest armor. You said it yourself. Humans cultivate using the demon spirit stones as food. Then why would I cooperate with humans? Moreover, in Your Majesty Qin Yu's eyes, I can only see ambition and schemes. I can't see compassion and justice. Compassion and justice? Qin Yu gritted his teeth. I, Qin Yu, have been pardoning the world since the day I ascended to the throne. For the sake of the people, I'm not willing to go to war. If my eyes are not compassion and justice, then who is the ruler of the world? I've seen one person. He is. Who? Lin Muyu. You. Qin Yu felt as if he was struck by lightning. Han Yuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, let's go. It seems that Your Majesty is really unwilling to cooperate with our celestial empire. Since that's the case, we can only open the way ourselves. Nushi raised her brows. Sect leader Han Yuan, please wait. What do you mean by opening the way ourselves? Han Yuan turned around and said respectfully, the Celestial Empire's millions of troops want to conquer the Forest of No Return. Right now, it's late autumn and the leaves are withering. Naturally, they will cut down the forest. But as long as we set fire to the east, I think we can turn the Forest of No Return into a wasteland in half a month. That way, the pythons and beasts in the forest won't be an obstacle for our Celestial Empire. What did you say? You dare. Nushi gritted her teeth and flew up with her pipa. Her divine power surged as if she would attack at any moment. But Han Yuan was still smiling. His strength wasn't below Nushi's and he wasn't afraid at all. He said calmly, this is what Your Majesty is forcing us to do. Other than burning the forest, does our Celestial Empire have any other choice? If you dare to burn the forest, I will let the people of your Celestial Empire die without a burial ground. If you don't believe me, you can try. Nushi threatened with a cold face. Han Yuan laughed, there's nothing to fear. Once we return, we will start the fire tomorrow. Your Majesty should bring your people to hide, but Zhangcheng's Yanji Corps encampment is 100 miles to the west. Once the tens of thousands of demon spirits leave the Forest of No Return, I don't know if the Celestial Emperor Zhangcheng will let go of this delicious meal. Despicable. Nushi was so angry that her body trembled. The demon kings behind her roared with sinister expressions. One of them shouted, Your Majesty, let's fight it out with them. Nushi shook her head and retracted her divine power. She said, I can't let my anger bring the entire race to eternal damnation. I can't, Qin Yu laughed. Then, Your Majesty, can we talk about cooperation now? Speak, how do you want to cooperate? It's very simple. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, open a path in the Forest of No Return for my army. When my army enters the west of the Forest of No Return, we will launch an attack on Zhangcheng's Yanji Corps. At that time, Your Majesty, please lead the demon race army to assist us from the other side. As long as we defeat Zhangcheng's Yanji Corps, I promise to give the demon race a new status in the continent. Nushi looked at him coldly and said, this is what you said. I hope that Your Majesty Qin Yu will not go back on his words. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Qin Yu cupped his hands and smiled, then, I will go back and wait for Your Majesty's news. I won't send you off. After watching Qin Yu and the others fly far away, the demon kings were so angry that they bared their teeth. One of them said, Your Majesty, how can we be threatened by such despicable people? The demon race will be consigned to eternal damnation from today onwards. If they really set the forest on fire, what should we do? Nushi's question made all the demon kings speechless. After a while, Nushi sighed softly and said, is there any news from the Shattered Cauldron realm? Yes, We bought new information from the merchants. The main forces of the Tianji Empire and the Blackstone Empire have been defeated by the Qin army. The Qin Emperor, Lin Muyu, has found the Empress, Qin Yin, and has reinstated Qin Yin as the Empress. Now that the shattered cauldron realm has been unified, the national strength is very weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to counterattack the celestial pole continent. Humph, Nushi's beautiful eyebrows glowed with an enchanting luster under the bright moon. She murmured, "It doesn't matter. I have eternal life. I can wait until Lin Muyu leads the army on an expedition to the east. At that time, I will make Qinyu, Han Yuan, and these despicable people die without a burial place." "Your Majesty, you want to form an alliance with the Qin army?" A demon king who looked like a goblin asked, dumbfounded. Nushi smiled faintly, not with the Qin army, but with Lin Muyu. "Why? That brat isn't in high demand. I don't think he's as handsome as I am. What do you know?" Nushi rolled her eyes at him disdainfully and said, "Lin Muyu has a righteous aura. Even if he is the ruler of the world, he must be a benevolent ruler. He is definitely not someone that a scheming kid like Qinyu can be compared to. Moreover, Lin Muyu's identity is special. He has the disposition of a supreme being. His sworn brother is the ruler of the Eastern Heaven Realm, and his sworn sister Qin Yin's sister is the blazing angel Shi Yen of the Western Heaven Realm. It can be said that he is the most fragrant person in the entire Eastern and Western Heaven Realms." "What do you know? What are you talking nonsense here? Besides, you wouldn't even let a dog eat you. You still have the cheek to say that you are more handsome than Lin Muyu?" The Demon King muttered, "Your Majesty is wise. You can even see through this Western Heaven Realm." In the middle of the spiritual mountains, a floating continent stood majestically. It was late at night. In the forest, there was a huge rock glowing with a faint golden light. Countless names were faintly discernible on it. But at this moment, the light on many of the names was slowly dissipating and finally disappeared completely. The Shrine Rock. The name of anyone who became a god of the Western Heaven Realm would appear on the Shrine Rock. This rock recorded the glory and decline of the Western Divine Realm. It had been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. On the Shrine Rock, light slowly flickered. Another name was disappearing. In the air, Seraph Shi Yen hovered there with a sharp sword in her hand. Her deep eyes stared at the disappearing name on the rock and murmured, "Is all this worth it?" Ruler Claude said indifferently, "Winner takes all. This is the price. Can't you see it clearly?" Shi Yen smiled faintly, "Lord Ruler, Shi Yen has a request." "Speak." Ruler turned his back to her. "Shi Yen is tired. I want to return to my hometown to rest for a while." "What did you say?" Claude was shocked. East Heaven can make a comeback at any time. Western Heaven Realm is in need of people. Shi Yen, as one of the two blazing angels, how can you just leave like that? Shi Yen tightened her grip on her sword and said, "I'm tired of all this. I want to be quiet for a while." When Claude looked again, he saw that Shi Yen already had 6 bright wings behind her. She had raised her power to the limit. Her divine power was no weaker than his. "Shi Yen, what exactly do you want to do?" Lao Hua on the side was a little panicked. "Ruler, please allow me." Shi Yen knelt down on one knee. Claude let out a long sigh. Fine. You can go." Chapter 942. The Zine Flower Chamber of Commerce grew larger and larger. Rows of shops occupied nearly 300 meters of Tongtian Street. It was divided into 7 auction houses of different sizes. There were also dozens of rice shops and ironware shops. Every day, there was an endless stream of cars coming and going from the Chamber of Commerce. Not only did they sell tomes of the heavenly tomes, weapon embryos, weapons, and other high-grade goods, but they also sold brocades, silk cloths, rice, and other daily necessities. The entire Zine Flower Chamber of Commerce had nearly 50,000 employees. It could be said that the Zine Flower Chamber of Commerce operated at least 10% of the livelihood resources of the people in Lanyan City. Otherwise, the production of Lanyan City alone would not have been able to support millions of people. In the back hall of the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Muyu and Chu Yao sat upright. Jean Xiaotang, who was dressed in a red dress, was no longer the young girl she used to be. She had grown into a charming and beautiful woman. Jean Xiaotang was already 26 years old. Without cultivating, she had become as mature as an ordinary woman. She had lost some of the playfulness of a young girl, but gained some of the charm that a woman should have. Holding the account book in her hand, Jean Xiaotang smiled and said, "Brother Yu, look, this is the annual expenditure and income of the Chamber of Commerce. But this is the general account book. There are more than 100 detailed accounts. If you want to check them, I'll take you to see them." "No need." Lin Muyu took the account book and said with a smile, "Xiaotang, you sit down too." "Okay." Jean Xiaotang sat down in the chair beside him with a smile. She turned sideways and craned her neck to look at the way Lin Muyu flipped through the account book. "You've worked hard all these years, Xiaotang." Lin Muyu flipped through the book and said, "If it wasn't for your help, the economy of Lingdong province would not have recovered so quickly, and we would not have been able to contend against the Tianji Empire for so long. You've helped me a lot with the issue of military provisions." "Thank you so much." Jean Xiaotang's eyes turned red. "Brother, you're the only family I have. If you hadn't brought me out of the slums, I don't know what I'd be like now. It's only right for me to do these things for you. Besides, I'm just the shopkeeper of the Chamber of Commerce. You're the owner of the Chamber of Commerce. You have the final say on how the money and provisions should be used." "No." Lin Muyu closed the account book and looked at her. "Xiaotang, you are the owner of the Purple Flower Merchant Guild. You have been for a long time. This guild should belong to you." "Huh?" Jean Xiaotang's jaw dropped. Chu Yao smiled at the side. "All right, don't check the accounts as soon as you meet. Let's talk about something else. Xiaotang is not young anymore. Do you have any young masters in mind?" Jean Xiaotang's face instantly turned red. Lin Muyu smiled cheerfully. "It seems that there must be. Tell me, which family is it? I'll help you find out. If they are willing, I'll be your matchmaker." "No, I didn't." Jean Xiaotang stamped her feet, her face red. Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, "Steward Su, I'm embarrassed to say it. Tell me, which young master has caught my eye?" Steward Su Fu said with a smile, "Lin General, it's Xu Yan, the son of Zhu Tong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Young Master Zhu Yan is talented in both literature and martial arts. Moreover, he's a good writer. It's said that he's written a middle-grade earthly book not long ago. Young Master Zhu Yan often comes to the Chamber of Commerce to look for weapon embryos and martial arts manuals, so he's familiar with young Mississippi. But I don't know what young Master Zhu Yan thinks. Does he also like young Miss Zhu Yan?" Lin Muyu pondered. Why does this name sound so familiar? Chu Yao reminded, he's one of the members of the National Assembly, and the person he supports is Chief Qin Lian. You have to be careful." Lin Muyu was stunned. Jean Xiaotang hastily said, "There's no need, Brother Ayu. Xiaotang's personal matters can be solved by myself. Brother Ayu doesn't need to trouble himself for me. If young Master Zhu's matter spoils brother's matter, then Xiaotang deserves to die 10,000 times over. No, that's a different matter." Lin Muyu waved her hand and said, "It's rare for Xiaotang to take a fancy to a man after so many years, and I'm not young anymore. It's not good for me to be alone. Let me talk to him. Sister Chu Yao, if there's nothing important in the Department of Spiritual Medicine, please accompany me to the Assistant Minister's mansion and see what this Zhu Yan is like. If he's good, I believe there won't be any problems when we propose a marriage for Xiaotang." Chu Yao readily agreed. She was so nervous that her whole body was trembling, and she couldn't say a word. Lin Muyu stood up, put her hand on her shoulder, and asked with a smile, I'll only ask you one thing. Do you like Zhu Yan? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Then there's no problem. I'll be back soon. Xiaotang, wait for me. Oh, outside the door of the Chamber of Commerce, Bai Yin was waiting with dozens of cavalrymen from the Longdan army camp. They were Lin Muyu's guards, and every one of them was very strong. In fact, they were as elite as the imperial guards in Zhe Tian Palace. Lin Muyu mounted her horse and led Chu Yao and the others straight to the assistant minister's mansion. The Ministry of Revenue was located in a row of prosperous mansions. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of all the wealth in the empire, so they naturally had no lack of money. The mansions of the minister and assistant minister were as luxurious as the divine marquis's mansions, and Zhu Tong's mansion was located in the middle of the complex. When Lin Muyu and the others arrived, the 4 guards outside the door were stunned. One of them had seen Lin Muyu before, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, His Highness Prince Qin has come, I'm no longer Prince Qin. Then. I wonder why Lin General is here, I want to see Lord Zhu Tong. Oh, Lin General, please wait in the side hall. I will go and inform Lord Zhu Tong right away. Thank you. Lin General is too polite. You are too humble. Not long after Lin Muyu, Chu Yao, Bai Yin, and the others entered the side hall, a man dressed in court attire arrived. It was the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Zhu Tong. Actually, Lin Muyu would see Zhu Tong at every court meeting, but she did not have a deep impression of him. After all, there were only 1 minister and 3 assistant ministers in the Ministry of Revenue, and there were a total of 18 assistant ministers in 6 ministries. It was impossible to recognize each and every one of them. On the contrary, Zhu Tong knew Lin Muyu very well. He knelt down on one knee and greeted, Your subordinate Zhu Tong greets Lin General. Lord Zhu Tong, please rise. There is no need to be so polite. Lin Muyu went straight to the point and said, I am here to see your son, Zhu Ying. I wonder if he is here. Zhu Tong was startled, Why does Lin General want to see my son? Don't be nervous, I just want to see this talented and handsome man of the empire. Oh, my son is here. Someone, call Zhu Ying here and tell him that Lin General wants to see him. Yes. Not long after, a young man in a white brocade robe stepped into the hall with a long sword at his waist. It was Zhu Ying. Lin Muyu took a closer look. Indeed, he was handsome, elegant, and had an extraordinary appearance. There was a faint aura between his brows, and it was the kind of unruly temperament that belonged to a young hero. Young people should indeed be like this. Zhu Ying cupped his fists and bowed, Zhu Ying greets Lin General. No need to be so polite, you may rise. Thank you, Lin General. I heard that Zhu Ying is well versed in the heavenly book. I wonder if it is true. Zhu Ying smiled slightly, held the sword in his hand horizontally, and said, Lin General, please take a look, this sword was originally a high-grade artifact embryo, I have already engraved it into a middle-grade heavenly book. As he spoke, the long sword was unsheathed, and there was a faint golden light flowing on the blade. It was indeed an earthly book. Looking at Zhu Ying's complacent look, Qiao could not help but laugh, Young Master Zhu, please put away your weapon. You should know that Lin General is also a heavenly book expert, and he can already engrave low-grade heavenly book. Ah! Zhu Ying had a look of disbelief. Lin Muyu was not interested in letting him see it, and just asked with a smile, Young Master Zhu Ying has an extraordinary appearance, but I don't know how strong you are. Have you verified your strength in the Holy Temple? Yes. Zhu Ying nodded and said, I have just verified it in the Holy Temple 3 days ago, and my cultivation base is at the first level of the heavenly realm at level 62. As he spoke, Zhu Ying suddenly raised his palm, and suddenly a great fighting spirit enshrouded it, and said, Lin General, do you need any other proof? There's no need. Lin Muyu smiled happily, it's not easy to have such a cultivation base at such a young age. How old are you, Young Master Zhu Ying? I'm 28 years old this year. Oh, It's really the time when you're young and vigorous. Lin Muyu laughed, thinking that she was actually 35 years old. Although she did not look old, her mind was as still as a cold pool, and she could no longer show off like Zhu. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Time really made people grow old, and she did not know if it was a good thing. Zhu cupped his fists and said with a smile, I know that Lin General is a god state strong, and his strength is unfathomable. If I can get some advice from Lin General, it will be my life's blessing. Advice? Lin Muyu shook her head and smiled, forget it, I really don't know what I can give you. You practice hard, and you will definitely become a great person in the future. Zhu was stunned, why? Chu Yao was a little displeased, and said, you is a god king, and you are just a heavenly master. You doesn't know how to teach you at all, and what he knows is impossible for you to understand with your current cultivation base. Do you understand? Zhu was stunned. Zhu Tong hurriedly said, I see, thank you, Great Deacon Chu Yao, for your advice. Also, Lin General, please stay in my house tonight, and I will hold a banquet to entertain you. It's rare for Lin General to come, and your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. No need, thank you, Lord Zhu Tong, for your kindness. Lin Muyu looked straight at Zhu and said, I actually came here today for one thing. Young Master Zhu, you should know Jin Xiaotang of the Zine Flower Chamber of Commerce, right? Yes, I do. Although Jin Xiaotang is not related to me by blood, I have always treated her as my younger sister. What do you think of her, young Master Zhu? Miss Xiaotang is smart and virtuous, and she is also the owner of the Zine Flower Chamber of Commerce. She has an endless stream of suitors, so she is naturally one of the top beauties in Lanyan City. But why does Lin General ask this? Lin Muyu smiled brightly, it's nothing, Xiaotang likes you, so I came to ask. If young master also likes Xiaotang, why don't we get married, and I will personally propose marriage. What do you think? Zhu Tong was overjoyed, really, really. Mo, hurry up and kneel down to express your gratitude, our Zhu family is really blessed. Zhu hurriedly knelt down, Thank you, Lin General, for the marriage. I admire Miss Xiaotang very much, this is not a matter of a day or two. That's good, but I have a condition. Oh. What condition? Zhu, you must withdraw from the Congress, and you must not mix with the people of the Congress, otherwise I cannot entrust Xiaotang to you. Why? Zhu was stunned. Lin Muyu said lightly, I don't want to fight with you in the future, if so, I will feel guilty to Xiaotang. Zhu Tong hurriedly said, please rest assured, Lin General, my son will submit a letter of withdrawal from the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow, please rest assured, Lin General. Zhu Tong, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was still the one who understood the current situation. Although the Congress was in the limelight for the time being, an official of his rank was well aware that the future of the empire was still in the hands of Qin Yin, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Tang Xiaoxi. As for the others, they were just foils. No matter how glorious the Congress was, it was destined to fall one day. Chapter 943. 3 days later, Zhu Ming and Jin Xiaotang got married. Most of the officials in the imperial court went to congratulate them, including Chief Qin Lian, Minister of War Wei Chou, Feng Jixing, Zhuang Yan, and others. Lin Muyu personally presided over the wedding. This was the first time in her life, and the one she married was Jin Xiaotang, whom she regarded as her younger sister. The marriage customs in Great Qin were different from those in modern times. There was no red carpet or church ceremony, only traditional marriage customs. Jin Xiaotang, who was dressed up as a bride, looked extremely beautiful. Chu Yao and Tang Xiaoxi were jealous. Which woman didn't want to marry their beloved one day? Tang Xiaoxi looked up and saw that her beloved was presiding over the wedding. She was so heartless that she was grinning from ear to ear. Tang Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this was life, the life she had always yearned for. The ceremony is done. Lin Muyu waved her hand and walked up to Jin Xiaotang. She grabbed her little hand and stuffed a piece of imperial edict into her hand. Here, this is a gift from me to you, she said. Ah, Jin Xiaotang was stunned. She opened it and saw that it was an imperial edict about Zhu Ming's promotion to the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Since Lin Muyu asked him to withdraw from the parliament, there must be other compensations. However, the Zhu family didn't expect that the compensation would be so generous. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War was much more important than Zhu Tong's position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. After all, military power was the way of the king. Zhu Ming looked at Lin Muyu excitedly and said, Lin General, why, are you not willing to serve the nation? I am willing. Zhu Ming knelt on one knee. I will risk my life for you. Ha, that's good. Treat Xiaotang well in the future. If you betray her. Lin Muyu looked at Zhu Tong and the others with a smile and said, I will exterminate your entire family. Chu Yao curled her lips. Hey, don't say such things on such an occasion. Zhu Tong and the rest broke out in cold sweat. Everyone knew that Lin Muyu's words were absolutely not a joke. Lin Muyu then looked at Jin Xiaotang and said, Xiaotang, from now on, you're someone else's daughter-in-law. Remember to be filial to your elders and don't throw a tantrum. If you've suffered any grievances, endure it if you can. If you can't, come to me and complain, understand? Jin Xiaotang cupped her hands and said, Thank you, older brother. However, older brother can rest assured. Although Xiaotang will be staying in the assistant minister's residence in the future, I will be working for the Zine Flower Merchant Guild during the day. Xiaotang knows this very well. Home belongs to home, and the Zine Flower Merchant Guild belongs to the Zine Flower Merchant Guild. Then I'm relieved. Lin Muyu said happily. She was really relieved. If Jin Xiaotang didn't know what to do, the Zine Flower Chamber of Commerce would become her dowry. In that case, Lin Muyu and Qin Yin would suffer a great loss, and the biggest winner would be Zhu Ming. In fact, from a practical point of view, Lin Muyu hoped that Jin Xiaotang would never marry and run the Chamber of Commerce well. But from a moral point of view, Lin Muyu hoped that Jin Xiaotang could have a husband, so that she wouldn't have to wander alone in Jianghu when her family was so big, which was unfair to her. The guests took their seats, and a group of officials congratulated Lin Muyu one after another. Lin Muyu, on the other hand, was drinking cup after cup of wine. Marrying his younger sister was not a happy event in life. As her brother, he always felt that it was best for his younger sister to stay by his side. That way, he could always protect her. Once she got married, he would not be able to control many things anymore. Unfortunately, Jin Xiaotang already had someone she liked, so Lin Muyu could not always tie her down. On this night, Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing were both drunk, dead drunk. Late at night, Chu Yao and Tang Xiaoxi both returned, leaving only Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Qin Yan. The warhorses were handed to the guards, and the guards dispersed. The three people walked on the quiet Heavenspan street. The three kings who once ruled the world were now like three drunkards in dire straits, with nowhere else to rely on. Let's go outside the city and find a mountain top to blast it. How about it? Feng Jixing suggested. This suggestion of his was too violent, but Lin Muyu and Qin Yan each had a belly full of anger. They nodded together and said, Good idea, let's go now. Go! 3 streams of light flew past, and the 3 of them soared into the sky, heading straight for the south of the city. The nearest mountain top was a mountain 10 miles south of the city. There was no one living there, and the nearest hunters were several miles away. Flattening the mountain top would not harm the innocent. Lin Muyu landed on the grass at the foot of the mountain. She looked at the starlight with her drunken eyes and said with a smile, Just like that? Or blast once and say a word. That's more satisfying. Feng Jixing laughed and said, This suggestion isn't bad either. Blast once and scold once. Who's first? Lin Muyu asked. Feng Jixing said, I'll do it. All right. Feng Jixing raised his 2 sabers, and his figure rose up majestically. The purple electric raging flame wolf martial soul came out of his body, and divine power circulated. A mighty dimensional storm blasted towards the mountain top. With a loud bang, the mountain peak that was close to 10 meters tall instantly turned into dust. At the same time, Feng Jixing roared angrily, "Congress, this bunch of bastards, go and die." Lin Muyu laughed loudly, I'll do it. He did not use the Xianyuan sword. He waved his fists and struck the mountain range with one glorious chaos. With a bang, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. The mountain rapidly cracked open, and at the same time, the suffocating feeling in his chest seemed to lessen significantly. He said loudly, "Zhuang Yan, this bastard, I really want to blast his head into smithereens like this mountain." He rapidly landed on the ground, and patted Qin Yan's shoulder. "Ah Yan, it's your turn." Qin Yan pulled out his sword, and flew up. The dragon scale armor martial soul emitted a resplendent light that lingered around his body, and he slashed his sword down towards the mountain top. His divine power was vast and mighty, and it almost sliced off the entire mountain top. During this period of time, Qin Yan was the most depressed, and his resentment was also the heaviest. What he cursed out wasn't a single sentence, but a series of words. "I don't know why father wants to be the Congress chief. He clearly knows that the Congress is only going against His Highness, yet he still wants to be the chief. I, Qin Yan, admit that my ability is inferior to my two elder brothers, but I'm also not willing to be a sycophant. The way everyone looks at me is different now. This divine hall's Grand Deacon, is simply like a joke." Lin Muyu and Feng Jixing raised their heads to look at Qin Yan, who was slowly descending, and said, "Ah Yan, we have never blamed you. Everyone had no choice. You don't have to blame yourself like this." Qin Yan knelt on the ground in pain, and tears flowed out of his eyes. "I almost don't want to see royal father again. I don't know why such a thing happened. To live in such pain, I would rather die in battle under the iron hooves of the Tianji army in Sangnan province. That would be better." Lin Muyu patted his shoulder, and said, "The Qin family is getting fewer and fewer. You have to live on strongly. Xiao Yin only has you as his cousin. If you also die, wouldn't Xiao Yin be very lonely in this world?" Qin Yan lowered his head, and said, "Big brother, am I really important to everyone?" "Important, very important." Feng Jixing, on the other hand, said, "Ah Yan, you are now the Divine Temple's Grand Deacon, and you are in charge of all the warriors in the world. You and I are all looking forward to you being able to send an endless stream of talents to our Forbidden Army and Longdan Army camp. You must not disappoint us." "I won't." Qin Yan raised his head, and pulled out his sword again. A few streaks of sword chi shot into the mountain. Lin Muyu immediately flew to the other side, and pulled out the Xianyuan sword. She fiercely hacked at the mountain again and again. In addition to Feng Jixing's furious slashes with his dual blades, in the blink of an eye, this not-so-small mountain range was about to become a pile of rubble. This kind of work efficiency was simply shameful to any quarry team. When the mountain was turned into a pile of rubble, the three drunkards were also tired. They laid on the grass facing the sky, and slept soundly. Divine power rippled slightly, and they were not afraid of wild beasts coming to take them away. The late autumn dew fell continuously. She only woke up the next morning. Lin Muyu brushed away the leaves that had fallen on her face, and rubbed her eyes. Her head was a little heavy. She had drunk too much yesterday. She kicked Feng Jixing's leg, and shook Qin Yan's arm, saying, "Big brother Feng, Ah Yan, wake up. Today, there seems to be morning court." Feng Jixing hugged the scarlet phoenix blade, and curled up his body. He turned to the side and said, "Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer." "Don't sleep." Lin Muyu sat up, stretched her arms, and said, "The people in the Congress are planning all kinds of things to weaken Xiao Yin's authority. Although Xiao Yin has forbidden the people of the Congress from attending morning court, Chief Qin Lian will still go. Once he brings some decree from the Congress, I'm afraid that Xiao Yin won't be able to handle it alone. We must go. But I haven't washed up yet. How can I attend morning court? Feng Jixing said. I remember there's a small stream not far away. Let's go and wash our faces. Isn't there a stall selling wontons opposite the Divine Palace in the imperial capital? Let's wash our faces, eat something, and then go to the morning court. We should be able to make it in time. Alright, this is too casual, Qin Yan grinned, but it looks very interesting. The three of them came to the small stream, and washed up in the clear stream. Then, they flew into Lanyan City. Under the gazes of a group of commoners who looked as though they had seen ghosts, they descended from the sky. They sat down casually, and each of them ate 3 bowls of wontons. Then, they shattered the void and went straight to Zetian Palace. When the 3 of them stepped into Zetian Palace, they had just made it in time when Shengguan Jingyue rang the bell. With a few quick steps, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and Qin Yan arrived at the front of the crowd of officials. Qin Yin sat on the throne in a dignified manner, but she couldn't help sniggering. Big brother you. Oh no, Lin General, why did you come in such a hurry? Lin Muyu said, I didn't return last night. Oh. Qin Yin's delicate brows knitted slightly, and she said, where is the Imperial Capital City Patrol officer? Your subject is here. Do you think it's feasible to draft an imperial edict and ban all entertainers, restaurants, and so on within the imperial capital's boundaries? Qin Yin was jealous. This was terrible. How many straightforward youths like Zhang Wei would be implicated? Feng Jixing nodded, and he said with a low voice, You, look at how cute Her Highness Yin is when she's jealous. Lin Muyu was expressionless. You still say that? It's all your fault. He raised his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, we didn't go to drink with prostitutes. Instead, we got drunk in the jungle outside the city and slept outside for a night. Qin Yin's pair of delicate eyes with a faint flame swept around. After confirming, she said, That's good. Shengguan Jingyue covered her mouth and laughed, then announced, If there's anything, please report it to the Emperor. Qin Ao immediately stepped forward, holding a jade scepter in his hand, and said, There are bandits causing trouble in the dragon-seeking forests Dragon Rocky Mountain. The National Army requests to go and eliminate them. I hope Your Highness will approve. The National Army, were they trying to train their soldiers? Qin Yin squinted her beautiful eyes and asked Lin Muyu, and Lin Muyu nodded. Okay, permission granted. Lin Muyu stood quietly beside Qin Ao. He wanted to see what the National Army was trying to do. Chapter 944. Rustle, 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 the demon spirit stone in his palm continued to spin rapidly, and finally turned into strands of spiritual energy that seeped into his body. Lin Muyu didn't know how many Tier 4 demon spirit stones he had refined. The 100% absorption rate was very beneficial to him, and the abundant spiritual energy in his body made him feel exceptionally comfortable. He couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a breath. The power in his body seemed to have broken through some kind of limit. Hua! The barrier in his dantian was instantly broken. An extremely warm stream of air was produced in his body and flowed through every blood vessel. Finally, he broke through to the 50th Grotto Heaven stage. Lin Muyu suddenly felt as if his soul had suddenly opened up. Scenes of the divine world appeared in front of him. It was as if he was there in person. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. These were all illusions of stepping into the 50th Grotto Heaven stage. The warm stream in his body became more and more quiet, as if it had already taken root in his body. Congratulations, Big Brother you. You have broken through to the 50th Grotto Heaven stage. At the side, Qin Yin, who stayed up all night to protect Lin Muyu, couldn't help but feel happy. Tang Xiaoxi also smiled happily and said, Quick, tell me, did you comprehend any ability? I think so, but I also don't. Lin Muyu frowned and said. Why do you sound so mysterious? Do you have it or not? Tang Xiaoxi snuggled up to Qin Yin and asked, Xiao Yin, you are also at the 50th Grotto Heaven stage. Did you comprehend any ability when you broke through to the 50th Grotto Heaven stage? No. Qin Yin shook her head and said, "It is said that the 50th Grotto Heaven stage is the most difficult to comprehend ability. Only 3 to 5 out of 10,000 gods are lucky enough to obtain an ability called healing. This ability can heal the body of a god and restore a large amount of god power in an extremely short period of time. As far as I know, there are not many people who have this ability. Even Sister Hyan and Seraph Eva don't seem to have this ability. Do you feel the different power in your body?" "It seems so." Lin Muyu opened her palm and activated her divine power. Instantly, a milky white glow appeared, making Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Is this the power of healing?" Tang Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes widened as she reached out and gently held Lin Muyu's hand. Instantly, a gentle and calm energy seeped into her body. She felt a numbing sensation, and the meridians and bones that were damaged due to the demon god transformation were actually slowly being healed. Instantly, Tang Xiaoxi's body trembled, and Lin Muyu was also stunned. Qin Yin seemed to have understood something as well. She murmured, "It can't be. Big brother Yu really has the help of God and has comprehended the cure." Lin Muyu nodded and said, "It seems so." "Xiaoxi, how do you feel now?" Tang Xiaoxi held Lin Muyu's hand tightly and closed her eyes. In a gentle voice, she said, "What a warm power. It seems to be healing the internal injuries caused by the demon god transformation. Wonderful, wonderful. These internal injuries have troubled me for a long time. I thought they would accompany me for the rest of my life." In fact, Lin Muyu could also feel the internal injuries in Tang Xiaoxi's body. Many parts of her bones were already twisted and dislocated. The damage caused by the demon god transformation was simply too great. However, in order to resist a strong enemy, she still transformed without hesitation. Thinking of this, Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel distressed. She said, "Xiaoxi, why didn't you tell us?" Tang Xiaoxi's body trembled. I forgot this reason." Lin Muyu was a little speechless. Qin Yin said with concern, Can you completely heal Xiaoxi's internal injuries?" Maybe I can, but I'm afraid I can't do it in a short period of time. It will take a long time." Lin Muyu looked at Tang Xiaoxi's comfortable appearance and said, "Xiao Yin, I want to hug Xiaoxi to sleep tonight. We must maintain skin-to-skin contact in order to continue healing her injuries." Tang Xiaoxi immediately blushed and said, "Tui, Mu, you're really one-track-minded. How could you say something like that to Xiao Yin?" Qin Yin stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. This time, Lin Muyu learned to be smart. She pulled Qin Yin's little hand and said, "There's a bedroom in the southwest side hall of Zhe Tian Palace. The bed in there is very big, enough for 3 people. It's late autumn now and the nights are very cold. Why don't we sleep there? We can sleep together and we can also heal Xiaoxi's internal injuries. What do you think, Xiao Yin?" Qin Yin's face turned red. I'm afraid, what if someone sees us? We can just break through the void and go there, stupid." "Oh," Qin Yin smiled slightly. "Alright then, I'm fine with it." "What about Xiaoxi?" Tang Xiaoxi put on a helpless look. "I'm injured anyway. I'm only sleeping with the 2 of you to heal my injuries. As for the 2 of you, do as you see fit. Don't be too loud. What are you thinking, stupid girl?" Qin Yin chuckled. Tang Xiaoxi chuckled and said, "Then let's hurry up and go. It's already midnight." "Okay." 3 rays of light flashed by. In the next moment, 3 people appeared in the southwest side hall. The purple light in the bedroom attracted the attention of those outside. A familiar voice sounded, "Who's there?" It was the Tiger Guard commander of the Imperial Guards. Qin Yin regained her dignified voice and said, "It's me. I'll be resting here tonight. Commander Su, bring some men to guard the gate of the side hall. There's no need to leave anyone nearby." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll do it immediately." Amidst the sound of footsteps, a few imperial guards left with the palace maids. Qin Yin heaved a sigh of relief and glared at the other two. See, I almost died because of you. Tang Xiaoxi said with a smile, but it seems that you are still quite calm. Our Xiaoyin is indeed fearless in the face of danger. This kind of ability to adapt to changing circumstances is worthy of Her Royal Highness. You're still talking. Qin Yin pouted, hurry up and get on the bed to treat your injuries. The moment she said that, Qin Yin's face turned red. She had a feeling that something was wrong. Tang Xiaoxi's face was also red. Even though it was a blind spot, it was really sleeping with the Empress. How could she not be embarrassed? In fact, Lin Muyu's heart was also beating fast. Recuperation, what a righteous excuse, but why did she feel a strange excitement and anticipation in her heart? Forget it, it's human nature. Even though I'm a god with supreme godhead, I'm still a human. I have all the emotions of a human. Let nature take its course. The three of them groped their way to the bed. Sure enough, it was a big bed that could fit 5 to 6 people. Moreover, the quilt was also of a larger size. The imperial family was indeed different. However, they soon faced a new problem. It was late autumn, and the night was slightly chilly. Tang Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and asked a question that everyone was concerned about, should I take off my clothes? Lin Muyu's heart tightened, and she begged, of course. Qin Yin pulled a long face, what do you think? Lin Muyu hemmed and hawed. Tang Xiaoxi burst into laughter, it's better to take it off. It's better to wear something that's close to the body. Look, Mu is still wearing the commander's soft armor. Do you think this is a war? Lin Muyu was speechless. Thus, the three of them sat on 3 sides of the bed with their backs facing each other and took off their clothes. When Lin Muyu turned around, she saw that both Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi were only wearing a piece of silk clothing that outlined their exquisite figures. It was a temptation that could take one's life. That. Qin Yin sat on the edge of the bed shyly. She found it difficult to even move her body. Tang Xiaoxi was also sitting on the other side of the bed with her head lowered and her back to the two of them. Lin Muyu felt like she was suffocating. Her heart was pounding, and she flew up to the center of the bed. She lifted the quilt and said, why don't the two of you close your eyes? And Tang Xiaoxi nodded. Qin Yin's eyes were closed to begin with. Lin Muyu stretched out his left hand and held Tang Xiaoxi's hand, pulling her into his arms. He then stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around Qin Yin's shoulder, pulling her into his other arms. He then said, all right, you can pull up the quilt. The two beauties were so embarrassed that their faces were red. Their bodies were burning hot in Lin Muyu's arms. Needless to say, this kind of feeling was something that even the gods wouldn't exchange for. The healing power naturally flowed through his left arm and seeped into Tang Xiaoxi's body. Tang Xiaoxi couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Her delicate body hugged Lin Muyu tightly. A pair of proud peaks pressed tightly against Lin Muyu's left chest, making his heart almost jump out. Xiao Shi, after all these years, she really continued to grow. On the other side, Lin Muyu hugged his real girlfriend tightly. Qin Yin's delicate body was burning hot. She buried her face between Lin Muyu's neck and was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. When her pair of peaks pressed against Lin Muyu's right chest, Lin Muyu suddenly couldn't hold on any longer. This feeling was too fatal, as if she was going to die. Xiao Yin. He suddenly called out. N? Qin Yin's voice was gentle. Touch my nose. Oh. Qin Yin was also a little confused. She gently touched his nose and said, what's wrong? Is it a wet feeling? And then, am I having a nosebleed? Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi laughed at the same time and hugged him tightly. If it was a nosebleed, then it was a nosebleed. Lin Muyu was a god. He definitely wouldn't die because of a nosebleed. After a while, Tang Xiaoxi fell asleep in a coma while healing. Qin Yin and Lin Muyu were too nervous to sleep, so Lin Muyu turned her face to Qin Yin and called out softly, "Xiao Yin." Qin Yin responded and naturally raised her beautiful face to kiss Lin Muyu. The soft and fragrant tongue made Lin Muyu feel like she was immersed in the land of tenderness. Qin Yin's body became hotter and hotter. She slowly twisted as if she wanted to melt into the other's body. After kissing for a long time, Qin Yin was panting and blushing. She whispered, "I can't take it anymore. I want to rest." Lin Muyu smiled slightly. At this moment, she was extremely happy. She had waited bitterly for 7 years for love, and it finally came to fruition. But just as he turned his face, he saw Tang Xiaoxi's starry eyes looking at him. She whispered in his ear, "I want it too." Chapter 945. Dragon Rocky Mountain was once the birthplace of the Longdan army camp, but after many years, it had fallen into disrepair. The houses had collapsed, and the civilians who gathered there had dispersed. The entire mountain had become an abandoned mountain. However, in recent months, it had been occupied by a group of mountain bandits, who had resumed their business without any capital. However, this business did not last long, and they were soon targeted by the National Army. In the middle of the night, the densely packed National Army appeared at the foot of Dragon Rocky Mountain, their banners fluttering in the wind. However, the soldiers' uniforms were not neat. The national treasury was empty, and there was not enough cloth and armor to equip the National Army, which was claimed to have 500,000 soldiers. Most of the soldiers were still wearing the clothes that they had when they came from various provinces. Many of them were even dressed like hunters and farmers. Their equipment was not very good either. Rusty iron swords, cracked halberds, and so on could be seen everywhere. The National Army needed to be re-equipped. This was an urgent matter, and it was also the top priority for Zhuang Yan, the National Army's commander. Under the starlight, Zhuang Yan, dressed in a military uniform, looked at the lights on the mountain from afar, and said, "How many people are there in this group of mountain bandits?" Deputy Commander Su Changjing replied, "About 500 in total." They actually want nearly 100,000 of us to surround Dragon Rocky Mountain with just 500 people. That's giving them too much face. Zhuang Yan sneered. It said that this Dragon Rocky Mountain is the place where the Longdan army camp started. After we kill these 500 mountain bandits, burn down Dragon Rocky Mountain for me. Consider it a small warning to Lin Muyu. Su Changjing smiled faintly, "Commander, I think it's fine as long as we do what we want to do. As for burning Dragon Rocky Mountain, it's not necessary. After all, we can't offend people like Wei Chou and Situ Senator if they're in a good mood one day and want to return to Dragon Rocky Mountain. It wouldn't be good for us to burn down their nest." Zhuang Yan said faintly, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Attack the mountain immediately. We must take down Dragon Rocky Mountain before dawn. In addition, are our firearms ready?" "They're already here, at the foot of the mountain. The merchants left after leaving the goods, and we've already given them the gold notes. Currently, the firearms are under the control of Deputy Commander Lu Shiyu." "That's great. Do you have the quantity?" "Yes." Su Changjing nodded, "A total of 5 heavy magic crystal cannons and 15 light magic crystal cannons. In addition, there are 100 magic crystal crossbows, 120 heavy magic crystal cannons, and 280 light magic crystal cannons. Everything is accounted for." Zhuang Yan narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily. "That's good. Bring out these magic crystal cannons and magic crystal crossbows as soon as the sun rises. Just say that they were taken from the bandits' lair at Dragon Rocky Mountain. Lin Muyu won't let the weapons department forge heavy cannons for us. I'd like to see what he can do this time. These are the spoils of war that our Imperial Army handed over. He wouldn't interfere, would he?" Su Changjing grinned and said, "Yes, I understand. Remember, spend a lot of money to buy more equipment from those illegal merchants. Since the Imperium is unwilling to equip the Imperial Army, we'll equip them ourselves. When the Imperial Army is strong, I'd like to see how Lin Muyu the marshal, can keep us in check. Commander is wise, ha 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 ha. Before dawn, the Imperial Army had collected a total of 20 magic crystal cannons. They played the Song of Victory and returned to Lanyan City while beating drums and gongs. It wasn't until dusk the next day when they finally returned to Lanyan City with the heavy magic crystal cannons. Almost all the soldiers of the Imperial Army were beaming with joy, even though they were wearing thin clothes and were shivering in the cold. In the late autumn, the grass was fluttering in the wild, and the cool breeze was blowing. The wheels of the magic crystal cannons left deep grooves on the official road, which made the convoy even slower. Although Lanyan City was just ahead, they probably couldn't enter the city before dark. According to Zhuang Yan's military order, 5 of the 20 magic crystal cannons were to be transported into the city and set up in the National Palace as defensive equipment. Tuck, 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 in the distance, the sound of hooves could be heard. A neat row of soldiers came from the direction of the capital, carrying the flag of the Longdan Army camp. The person at the front was Deputy Commander Wei Chou, who was also the Minister of War and a prominent figure in the capital. Wei Chou led nearly 3,000 cavalrymen and galloped toward the Imperial Army. They stopped about 100 meters away from the Imperial Army. "It's Wei Chou," Su Chengjing said with a frown. Zhuang Yan held the horsewhip and urged his horse forward. He said, "So it's Lord Wei Chou. May I know why Lord Wei Chou has led so many people here?" Wei Chou smiled slightly and said in a refined and courteous manner, "Commander Zhuang Yan, I received a report from the Ministry of War's Minister of War that the Imperial Army illegally obtained 20 magic crystal cannons and 100 magic crystal crossbows." As he spoke, he looked at the pitch-black cannon barrels behind Zhuang Yan and said with a smile, "It seems to be true." Zhuang Yan said, "Lord Wei Chou might not know this, but the Imperial Army was ordered by Her Highness to encircle and annihilate the strongmen at Dragon Rocky Mountain. These magic crystal cannons were obtained from the mountain. In order to annihilate the strongmen, the Imperial Army lost hundreds of brothers. I think it's reasonable for these magic crystal cannons to be used as military equipment for the Imperial Army, right?" Wei Chou smiled leisurely and said, "If it's weapons and armor, I can turn a blind eye to it. The spoils of war obtained by the Imperial Army belong to the Imperial Army. However, the Ministry of War has a clear rule that magic crystal cannons and magic crystal crossbows are considered firearms and must be managed in a unified manner. All firearms that appear within the borders of the Empire will be managed and distributed by the Ministry of War. I believe you have seen Lin General's order. The Imperial Army is a mix of good and bad people, and for the time being, no firearms will be distributed. Therefore, I hope that Lord Zhuang Yan can hand over these magic crystal cannons to the National Treasury. This is also Her Highness's intention." "What? Her Highness's intention?" Zhuang Yan was stunned. Wei Chou raised his hand, held up a golden token, and said with a smile, "There are a total of 3 golden tokens from the Empress. I believe you have seen them before. Seeing the golden token is equivalent to seeing Her Highness." Zhuang Yan, Su Chengjing, and the rest knelt down on one knee. Wei Chou smiled faintly and said, "Men, receive the magic crystal cannons and magic crystal crossbows from our brothers in the Imperial Army." "Wei Chou!" Zhuang Yan bellowed, raised his head, and said, "You, don't go too far. The Imperial Army is the Imperial Army. How dare you be so disrespectful? Men, protect the magic crystal cannons. Whoever dares to touch the magic crystal cannons, I will make him regret being born." "Is that so?" Wei Chou's gaze was ice-cold as he said, "Longdan Army Camp, get ready for battle." The 3,000 cavalrymen behind him spread out and formed a circular battle formation. Every soldier held up a magic crystal crossbow, and a total of 3,000 magic crystal crossbows were pointed straight at the Imperial Army. This wasn't something a mere 20 magic crystal cannons could compare to. Furthermore, the distance between the two sides was too close, and the magic crystal cannons were basically useless. Wei Chou was a smart man. He naturally had a card up his sleeve when he approached the Imperial Army from the very beginning. "Commander Zhuang Yan, why don't I do some calculations for you?" Wei Chou smiled and said, the explosion radius of the magic crystal crossbow is about 10 meters. If 3,000 magic crystal crossbows are fired at close range, the 5,000 soldiers behind you will be instantly vaporized. You won't even have the chance to pull the bowstring of the magic crystal cannons. Once Commander Zhuang Yan is killed by the magic crystal crossbows, I will immediately go to Zetian Palace Hall and tell Her Highness that the Imperial Army didn't obey the golden token and even tried to kill me. Zhuang Yan deserved his death and can't blame anyone else. Do you think your death is worth anything? Moreover, I also have a secret weapon. As he spoke, Wei Chou blew a whistle. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dragon roars, and 6 huge black figures appeared in the sky. They were the dragon knights led by Situ Sen and Situ Shui. During the battle in Sungnan province, they had killed dozens of dragon knights and seized some giant dragons. The Longdan army camp already had 6 dragon knights. Wei Chou smiled and said, the Dragon Imperial Battle Spiral can defend against magic crystal attacks. As long as I give the order, 3,000 magic crystal crossbows will shoot all of you at the same time, and you won't be able to cause any harm to the Longdan army camp. I advise you not to be stubborn. This is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you understand? Zhuang Yan trembled with anger, but Wei Chou was right. In the face of absolute power, the national army would not be able to withstand a single blow. Not to mention that the Longdan army camp had been through hundreds of battles, most of the soldiers in the national army had not experienced war at all. Even 10 of them might not be able to defeat one soldier of the Longdan army camp. This was a fact. Zhuang Yan was a little dejected. He waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. Let the Minister of War take these magic crystal cannons away. As he spoke, Zhuang Yan glanced at Wei Chou and said, however, Sir Wei Chou, the National Army has made great contributions in the battle and seized so many magic crystal cannons and magic crystal crossbows. Shouldn't the Ministry of War's armory give some more armaments to the National Army? Look at the group of soldiers behind me. They are the regular army of the Empire, but they don't even have a set of military uniform. Wei Chou's eyes turned red. Yes, I know the hardships of my brothers. In that case, each magic crystal cannon can be exchanged for 100 sets of military uniforms. When we return to Lanyan City, the armory will allocate 2,000 sets of military uniforms and 2,000 long swords to the National Army. Zhuang Yan's face turned green. Sir Wei Chou, you can't be sending off beggars with so many armaments, right? Wei Chou said earnestly, the empire has been at war for a long time, and the national treasury is almost empty. The wealth that the Radiant King has accumulated for so many years has almost been wiped out by us unfilial descendants in 10 years. These 2,000 sets of military uniforms were obtained with great difficulty. Even the Empress has taken down the curtains of Zetian Palace and dyed them into military uniforms. Her Highness is so diligent and thrifty. Shouldn't Sir Zhuang Yan, as the commander of the National Army, set an example by example? Zhuang Yan's heart was filled with 10,000 grass mud horses, he was speechless from Wei Chou's words. At night, in the National Palace. Bam! Zhuang Yan slammed his palm heavily on the table, sending the fruits flying. He was furious. Despicable, this is too despicable. The Ministry of War is too much and doesn't treat the National Army as human beings. Wei Chou, Lin Muyu, Feng Jixing, and the others are in cahoots with each other. I'm so angry, so angry. Chief, we can't just sit and wait for death. Qin Ran sat there leisurely. Behind him, Qin Yen was standing tall like a statue of a war god. He raised his teacup and took a sip before saying, Commander Zhuang Yan, don't be impatient. You said that Lin, Feng, Wei, and the others are colluding with each other. Doesn't that mean that you are including Her Highness Qin Yin as well? Sir, please remember that you are also an important member of the Congress. The original intention of establishing the Congress is for the betterment of the Empire. If you even dare to profane the female Empress, then this old man will start to doubt the original intention of establishing the Congress. Zhuang Yan's face turned ashen. Chief, I misspoke. Please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. However, the Ministry of War is indeed too much. They don't respect the national army at all. Yes, that's right. Su Changjing frowned and said, the biggest problem for the national army now is rations. The Ministry of War only gives us enough rations for 200,000 soldiers every day. Most of us don't even have enough to eat, let alone train. The biggest problem is clothing. Lanyan City is located in the Northern Ridge province. Winter is coming fast, and it might snow within a month. However, most of our soldiers are only wearing autumn clothes. If we don't have 500,000 sets of winter clothing, how are we going to survive this winter? Without 500,000 sets of winter clothing, how are we going to survive this winter? Zhuang Yan clenched his fists and said, Lin Muyu, Wei Chou, and Feng Jixing are working together with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of War to cut off our rations and armaments. All they want is for the national army to retreat and for us to leave the capital. Zhou Heng sneered, they are dreaming. Since we are here, we won't leave so easily. Since we don't have military uniforms, we will think of a way to gather and transport them from our fiefdoms. I'm afraid it's too late. Qin Lian frowned and said, many people will freeze to death. They are all citizens of our great Qin. Qin Yan was speechless.